2, go.
Hello, and thank you for joining us tonight for a very special Twitch stream. My name's Sean. I am the Coil of Coil and Talon, and this is our very first one-shot for the Toronto Boys LGBTQ server. A little bit about myself before we begin. I've been playing TTRPGs and Dungeons & Dragons in particular for at least 15 years now, maybe a bit more. I started in high school with 3.5. I've been a player and a GM in numerous game systems, from Dungeons & Dragons to Pathfinder to Numenera to other ones that I can't even remember. I now run D&D games over Discord and Roll20 as a side job ever since the pandemic, and now we're doing it for you on Twitch. I'm going to start off introducing my players, or rather getting them to introduce themselves. We're going to start off with Lance. Lance, tell us a bit about yourself.
Hey, so I'm Lance. I've been playing tabletop RPGs for probably off and on about 6 years now. D&D 5e was really my introduction to the role-playing universe. Besides D&D, interests in Vampire the Masquerade, as well as a few other systems like Fate Core, but D&D is my go-to whenever I need that tabletop RPG fix. So, looking forward to this.
And this evening you are going to be playing Emeric, the half-elf wizard, enchantment wizard.
That is
correct. And you are level 3. All of our players are level 3 tonight. Jamie, do you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. So my name is Jamie. I've been playing, for tabletop, I guess only Dungeons and Dragons, unless you include Magic the Gathering, then that as well. But I've been playing both of them actually for about 4 years now. Yeah, I'm playing Aila, a Dragonborn-Elf Cleric. It's a mixed race thing that I am playing for the second time.
Jamie's going to be adding our little touch of homebrew into this introduction campaign, or introduction one-shot. And Brian, Rags, whichever you would prefer, how about telling us about yourself?
Hello. Hi, I'm Rags. I have not been playing nearly as long as they have. My interest in D&D and tabletop RPGs started with Critical Role because I was watching that and go, oh, this is fun. Oh, I want to do that. And then, being the obsessive person I am, I started reading every player's manual I can get my hands. I read Pathfinder books. I read D&D books. I read 3.5. I read 5. We're not talking about 4. 4 is garbage, so we're not going to talk about that one. But I really liked 5e, and my boyfriend was running some games. I thought, well, I'm going to join that game, and didn't give him a choice. And then I've been playing and building characters and doing all that for 3-ish years now. And tonight, I'm playing Milo Morris. He is a human arcane trickster. He's a rogue. Sneaky.
Awesome. I have to interject that 4th edition could be a lot of fun with the right group of people. It definitely had its
take
flaws
your word on that
as a mechanics, but I completely disagree that it's a total write-off. So now we will jump into the game. You begin, as these things so often do, in a tavern. The Bent Willow is a nicer tavern than most that you've been to recently. And you take a moment to look around the warm interior. As students, you have been spending more time surrounded by books, and you've been spending more time around books and other students, but now you find yourself in a corner booth of a well-off establishment with one of your professors, who's sitting, looking nervous and shifting uncomfortably. Jerome Kendall lifts his mug for the 3rd time and puts it down without taking a sip, before he finally speaks, peering at you through thick spectacles. I I suppose you're all wondering why I asked you here this evening. As you're aware, one of our tenured professors, Celine Dramar, passed suddenly last week from an allergic reaction from bee sting. What you're not aware is that before our professor's body could be cremated, in accordance with her wishes, there was a break-in at the morgue. Her body was desecrated and her brain... He pauses to collect himself for a moment before he continues in a quieter voice. Her brain was stolen by vandals. One of the younger students spotted who we believe is responsible. A young man and woman, obviously related. Shocking white hair and dark clothing. And that's the matter of some sensitivity that has asked me to bring the three of you here. You see, of all the students that attend Paxton University, the three of you are... How should I put this?
Expendable.
The most likely to bypass the rules, as your many, many, many hours in detention have proven to the faculty.
Well, that's fair, yeah.
I mean, I saw it coming eventually. I just didn't think it would be this soon.
You saw brain thieving eventually?
I
Whoa.
saw it being expendable.
Oh, yeah, sure, yeah.
I mean, expendable is not really how I describe myself, but sure. Let's go with that.
I mean, anything to get out of school.
Well, of course, we will consider what we discuss here completely confidential and perhaps extra credit. Let's see,
An
one of
A
the-
term?
When you say credit, you're talking more of like extra credit in terms of
a class that you do not have to take, and a scholarship for a full ride next term.
How about the next 2 terms and
As well as an A in every class.
yeah, that sounds about right. I was gonna say to clean our slate and give us a free pass for everything we've done in the. But
I was going for some coin, but yeah, it's good to do. Yeah, we'll do that.
all right, so sweet, so settled. Clean slate, 2-term tuition, and an A in all our classes next term.
An A in all your classes this term.
Everything else included, you got yourself a deal, prof.
Yeah, all right, we'll do that.
One of the faculty members has a measure of ability in divination magic. They were able to track the vandals to a house not far from this very tavern, but when we went to the town guard, of course, they said without evidence there's very little they can do, and they won't take the word of university professors as evidence to get a warrant to enter the property.
Yep, I know what that's like.
So is this more of a break, specifically actually break and enter, or are we...
No, of course, I would, as your professor, would not be asking you to do anything illegal, but if you were to somehow gain access to that residence and somehow recover the brain or collect enough evidence to allow the guard to have reason to enter the property on their own, then that would, of course, do the college great service. And again, I must stress that I, as your professor, am not asking you to do anything illegal.
Right. So you're not asking us to do anything illegal. Got it.
And if something were to happen, I know nothing about it.
As long as you don't get us in more trouble, we're good.
It's agreed then.
Professor Kendall, what was Professor Dranar working on? Why was her brain so special?
Oh, I don't know. She was a scholar, a historian. To be quite frank, she hadn't left the university in several years. She was rather old, nearly retired. In her prime, she was an advisor to kings and she traveled the world, but recently she's just been teaching students. Must say, it was all quite surprising when she passed. We were planning a retirement party for her at the end of the term.
I mean, is it that surprising that she died from a allergy? It was bound to happen. Some people are unlucky, some people are more lucky to get away with that in their life.
Yes, but she did go 65 years without bee sting.
It happened. But why did she transfer over to advising kings and royalty and higher in such a high position to being a professor?
And he sort of pauses for a moment and seems to think. Well, I think she just enjoyed the call of teaching the youth and advising the minds of the future.
Oh, I guess.
Could you roll an insight check for me?
Okay. Ooh, bless the fact that I'm insightful. Not that insightful. I
What
got
did
a
you get?
12.
You get a 12?
Yeah.
The pause seemed unnecessarily long for that answer. It seems like there's something he's not saying, but you don't get a sense that it's malicious or anything.
Almost like he knows the truth, but it's not something that he would share unless absolutely necessary.
Yeah, that, or he's just condensing it for time. It's like it's a long story. The gist of it is she likes teaching.
Okay. What specifically was she teaching, by the way? Maybe it was related to what she was maybe researching here?
Well, she was teaching constructs, I believe, arcane constructs, and how to create them, how to allow them longer longevity. Was her field of expertise.
Oh. I can see why someone would want to steal her brain now. That is quite the knowledge.
Why her brain, not her books, or papers?
Her papers were kept under very strict security, and they've already been destroyed. Her body was just at the morgue. We didn't expect anyone to do something so heinous and vile.
Why would you even destroy her work? What if someone wanted to take up what she had to work so hard for?
It was in her last will and testimony. She specifically asked for those books to be destroyed.
Oh. Such knowledge destroyed. But if that was her wish, I can understand. There must have been more than meets the eye within her work. Surprised she didn't code it in ways to make sure that it didn't get into the wrong hands.
Do you have any family?
Well, a sister in the northern continent, but it's several weeks away by boat. I believe that's where her ashes are supposed to go after she's cremated.
Right.
You mentioned 65 years that she's avoided this allergy. Don't you think it's strange then for it to just suddenly happen? Also, no one could have healed her? No one could have taken care of her?
Well, it happened quite suddenly. She was giving a lecture in front of the second-year students, and someone complained of a bee in the classroom. And when she moved to open the window and shoo it out, it stung her. All the students watched. They saw it happen. Someone ran for a cleric, but by the time anyone got there, it was too late. It was a tragedy, but as Aya said, these things do happen.
Now I'm more curious.
Does that speed of how quickly it happened makes sense medically.
Roll a medicine check.
Yeah, I was about to say. That was. I don't think it should, actually.
Sorry. For some reason, it's not rolling for me. Give me. I'm just gonna. Flash. 16.
16. If there were another underlying medical condition that could happen that quickly, it's not typical. But she was an old woman, and you don't really know. You weren't that familiar with her, so you don't really know her base state of health. It's not typical, but it's not unheard of.
Was she sick, Professor Kendall?
Not as far as I know. She was a picture of health. I believe she planned to go hiking the southern continent after she retired.
Which means she definitely was healthy.
Sorry.
Did anyone check her blood by chance or her body for poison?
Do you think this might be related to the break-in at the morgue?
Possibly. If it happened sooner, it could have been a shapeshifted bee with instead of a regular tip, it could have been poison tipped with
Also,
either a coating or something small on it, like a weapon.
for someone that deathly allergic to a bee sting, assuming that she was, you said that she was intending to go hiking as her retirement. That's a recipe for disaster.
You have
Well,
certainly given me things that I had not considered previously.
And for someone so deathly allergic, why would she herself open the window instead of having one of her students do it?
Exactly.
If she were so 65 years, she'd be a lot more cautious, maybe even more so afraid, and just try to stay away from it and focus on that, since there were so many others that could do that task.
You have given us much to consider that I don't think we had previously thought of. We weren't looking at this as a murder, just an old woman who died tragically, but this is even more reason for us to collect what evidence we can to bring to the guard in this house.
So, crime it is then.
Is anyone listening? Or
Roll a perception check.
Can all of us roll?
He said it out loud. Or did you say it out loud?
I have not. I would be looking around as
Okay.
Emeric is the
In that
type
case,
to be.
In that case, roll an insight check to see if you notice what Emeric is doing. And it's Aya?
Aya, I like Aya. That's
Aya.
how I pronounce it. Oh, sorry. I did not mean to double roll. So 14.
Yeah, you notice. You clock Emeric looking around the establishment. What did you get for a perception?
17 for the perception.
Yeah. You see the waitress is hovering not too far away. It doesn't look like she's listening in. She's just close enough that if somebody were to make a wave, they would see. Other than that, she seems to be near the stage, tapping her toe to the flutist who's playing.
I follow suit with the after I noticed Emeric looking around or glancing around, I kind of follow suit just to kind of turn my head casually and just check out the scene of the bar.
Okay. Roll a perception check checking at the bar.
Oh, I did. 23.
You notice that there's two old men against the north wall who are definitely looking around suspiciously, and you're like, something's up with that for sure. They're too far away from your table to have a chance in hell to overhear anything. But as you watch, one of them like puts some coin on the table and slides it forward, and the other takes a little baggie out of the inside of his vest and slides it back across the table. And then the one who took the baggie out of their vest sort of moves for the door. It's the only suspicious thing that you've seen.
Do I notice what type of race? Do they match any of the description that the professor told us?
No, they both look like very... One looks very old, and he's a human. The other looks middle-aged, pot-bellied. Also a human, maybe with a bit of dwarf blood in him. But no, the professor described somebody who... A young man and woman, shocking white hair.
Shocking white hair. Okay. I mentioned this to the group quietly about the two men. They don't seem all that suspicious, but like, illegal activity is illegal activity, just to keep aware of.
Is his friend still here? Or did both of them leave?
One left, I believe. It was the, is it the one northernmost or southernmost of the
The
table?
northernmost table. And it was the dealer who left.
Okay. So the man with the coin. Perfect.
Professor Cadle says, I think I should be getting back to the college. If this is more serious matter, we might need to get the anatomy professor to examine the body once more, and maybe we should see if we could find the remains of... Oh, I don't know if that would be... I definitely have things to do now. This is the location of the house that we have tracked them to, and he slides a piece of parchment over to you. We do believe that the man that was seen has left the city. He matches the description of somebody who was taking a ferry, but we have no idea about the location of the woman, so I would be very cautious.
Okay. Yeah, if you can get back to us specifically about the state of her blood, if she was poisoned, that could be...
We should know something maybe tomorrow evening at the earliest, but we'll let you know.
Okay.
Is there anything else you need from me before I go?
You could
I
pay our
don't-
tab.
Yeah, that would be grateful.
The college will pay for it.
Perfect.
Thanks. Student
Yeah.
debt, as you know.
Paying a lot of money to like the college.
The professor sort of like stands up in the booth and starts to slide to one side, and realizes he's in the center of the booth, so looks to both sides. Could I, one of you on one side?
Emeric's got like his nose in a book, and I was like, oh, yeah. And
Sorry.
gets up out of the way.
So the professor slides out of the booth and goes over to the waitress. You see him hand her some coins and point at the table, and then make his way out. And you're left alone in the corner booth with the address of a house written on a piece of parchment.
So, how do we do this?
I would suggest that, well, typical break and enter. You either go through the back, unlock the door, and quietly walk in, or one of us acts as a distraction.
What time of
And
day is it right now?
Classes ended about 2 hours ago. It's late afternoon, early evening. People are probably heading home for dinner around now.
How dark is it out?
Not very dark. It's fall. It's autumn, so it's starting to get darker later. You know it'll be dark in about an hour.
Stake out until nightfall.
Well, we also need to make sure no one's in the house before we go in. I don't want to get in there and finding a bunch of people, swords at my throat.
Fair. I could act as a distraction. Maybe like a lost wayward soul, kind of in the city, and the gods guided me to this house. Clericy and all that. Clergy and all that. That might help.
How populous is this city again? Or this town?
It's pretty dense. There's a lot of people around here. It's easy to get lost in the crowds, which is one of the reasons why the university is located here. There's a lot of travel, a lot of access to information and goods. It's a fair-sized city. It's not the biggest in the world, but it's a good-sized one.
How
And the-
welcoming is the city? Because if it's more meaner, that would probably be a bit more convincing towards townsfolk to help strangers out.
Roll a survival check for me.
Seven.
All the places you've been are very welcoming.
I guess that's a good thing. Yeah, no, that actually is a good thing. Because of that, I know how to talk to people then who are warmer. Yeah.
So you wait in the tavern, or you find the house in the daytime first?
We should find the house first.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
No one's going to be more suspicious of us if we're walking around since it's bustling.
Okay, I'm gonna say, roll either a perception or a survival check to find your way to this house in this large city.
I got a 9 for perception.
Didn't mean to
Is
roll
that
dice.
it? Just Aya?
I just got a
One.
4.
Okay, 4.
So
4 and a 1?
At 21.
21. It doesn't take you too long. The city's pretty well laid out, and you find your way to what looks like an old stone house. Blue wooden walls around the place. A large wooden wraparound porch hugs the front of the building. And it looks fairly typical from a distance. It's not until you get closer that you notice something moving in the front of the house. As you get closer, there's a small stone wall around the exterior. And it's just enough to add a little bit of privacy. And you look on the porch, and there's something moving on the porch, sort of almost dragging itself across.
Can I check to see what it is from afar? Like,
Yeah, roll a stealth check. And as you get there, the sun is just starting to set. It's not too dark yet.
11.
You feel confident that nothing really has noticed you yet as you get closer. I'm going to drop the three of you down in that corner. But you get closer and you see what looks like half a body is lying on the porch. And at first you think it's like a bisected, naked person. And then you hear a soft of the arms twitches and flops down on the porch and pulls itself forward.
Busy
And
is
then-
the street?
Not very busy. In the time it took you to get there, you saw maybe 3 or 4 other people.
Huh.
It's a quiet residential neighborhood. And the creature stirs and then stops again. And you wait. And a moment later, there's a violent spasm, and the arms flop on the deck a bit, and you hear another. And then it goes still again.
All right, before we go any further, because that's creepy. I don't like that at all. I want to get a look around this place. So I'm going to cast Find Familiar. And I'm going to conjure a small owl.
As you're casting it with the spell slot.
Yes, I do not have ritual casting. And there's the text for that.
I'm going to say, because it takes an hour to cast, that you have cast it previously.
All right, cool.
And your owl was in a pocket dimension, and you are resummoning it.
Cool.
You concentrate for a moment, and this small little owl with puffy feathers appears in your shoulder.
Hey, Archie. All right, Archie, I need you to circle around and tell me if you see any more, body parts flopping around there.
It sort of tilts its head to one side and the other, and then takes off, flaps around. I'm not going to make you roll a perception check. It returns fairly quickly. It's a small house, and lands on the ground in front of you. And
All right, and there's just that one, body bit there. Nothing else. Cool.
So the question is, what is that body then?
Would I be able to tell what that is? Given-
you can roll an Arcana check or a Religion check.
I was actually going to ask, is it something that is undead that goes against my being as a life cleric?
Roll a Religion check.
15 for Arcana.
And the Religion?
I got a 2 for religion.
As Emeric looks and says, I think that's a construct. It doesn't look undead. You get a little closer and it looks almost like half a body has been made of other body parts sewn together. It's like the skin on the arm is a darker shade than the skin on part of the torso. The neck is the green of a half-orc, and the face is actually like the jaw is one color and the rest of the face is another. The eyes don't match. And as you're looking at it and get closer, and you're like, that's not undead. You think that's an artificial creation. It locks eyes with you. And begins crawling down the porch towards you.
Oh, you back up.
Backing up.
I'm already
What?
backed up as well as I can be backed up.
That.
Gonna
What
get
is
you.
that?
As it crawls forward, it's slow, but it definitely seems to have its eyes on you now.
How heavy does it look?
No heavier than maybe a large bag of flour. But it does get to the stairs of the porch, and you hear a as it rolls down the steps.
As it
And
gets to the stairs, as it gets, so if it's going to be like trying to roll, I want to cast Mage Hand, and as it gets to the bottom, I want to push it so that it ends up on its back rather than its front, using the leverage of the stairs to.
just as it rolls, you want it to land.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say that's within the scope of the spell. It sort of lands turtle up, and you see it look upward at you and give a "Ah!" And its head begins to slowly turn around, and you hear and some of the sew marks begin to rip as its head fully rotates 180 degrees, and on its back it starts crawling towards you. I'd like you to roll initiative, please.
Jesus, that is just. That is not.
Oof. I got a 7.
Also a 7.
A 9. Wow. Was not expecting that.
I think you rolled a 16 actually.
Oh, nah. Okay then. Never mind. Yeah, so 16. Still a lot. Not what I was expecting. Okay.
I forgot to add Aya to all of these encounters. So 16.
Yep.
Emeric
A 7.
and Milo was a 9.
That is correct. No, sorry, I'm 7. I'm 7.
Milo
yeah.
has the higher dex modifier.
Aya, you go first as this creature rolls down the steps, and you see its neck, its head fully rotate 180 degrees, and it gives a as it begins to crawl towards you.
So I'm either gonna do creature choice and see. I'm gonna use Sacred Flame. So it's a dex save of 13. And if it fails, it takes 4 radiant damage.
It most certainly failed.
Awesome. And I know I'm good where I'm at. I see 2 people I need to support just in case. So yeah, I will pass my turn off.
Okay, and how many points of radiant damage did it take?
4.
Okay. The creature is the next thing to move as it crawls across the ground, comes up to Milo. And from its prone position on the ground, it's going to try and attack you by swatting at you.
Cool.
It actually gets multi-attack, so its first attack is going to be against Milo. For 11 versus AC.
14.
And its second attack will be against Emeric. For 19 versus AC.
That
Oh,
hits.
jeez.
Ouch.
14 points of bludgeoning damage as
Ooh.
it smashes against your knee, and you feel just that fist connect. Feels like a
Not good.
hammer.
Not good. Oh.
After the creature is Milo.
Well, I'm going to take a few steps over here.
It takes a swing at you as you step away.
It does not, because I'm going to disengage as a bonus action.
Oh, well, that would make a difference.
As I am a rogue, and I can do that. So I will disengage as a bonus action, take a few steps back, And I'm going to attack it with my crossbow.
Now it is prone, so your ranged attacks will have disadvantage.
That is correct. I do have crossbow mastery. Will that change that, or is that not? Because I don't have disadvantage when I'm close by, but will that change for prone or not?
Let me double check. Crossbow expert. You get a feat as a variant human. Yes, you do. And do not impose disadvantage on your ranged attacks. Oh no, that's just if you're within 5 feet
Close,
of the creature.
right. So still prone? Okay.
Still prone.
Cool. All right. Roll again. And 20 or 24?
24 is definitely 20 or 24 is definitely both enough to hit.
All right. And my damage is going to be gross. My damage is 19.
Oh my lord. Oh, that sneak attack. Damn.
As you raise your crossbow, you release it quickly, and the creature rears its head up, looking towards Emeric. And the crossbow bolt enters in one side and pops out the other. It then turns its head over to look at you, Milo, and as it continues to crawl forward. It's not dead, but it
gross.
looks
Kill it.
very, very hurt.
And that is my turn.
Emeric.
Knowing that I can't back up, as I don't want to take a swing from this thing, given that I'm looking very hurt right now. Squishy wizards do squishy wizard things. Yeah, I think I have to. I'll just burn a spell slot. It's gonna be magic missile, right up close.
Magic missile. You hold your hands, you concentrate, and say a few words, and these 3 darts of magical energy appear over your palm and just almost machine gun-like into the back of this creature. Gonna get you a roll damage, but you probably don't even have to.
11 points of damage was the force.
Yeah. There's a spout of coagulated fluid and meat that sort of sprays upward and then rains back down as this creature is like pounded into the pavement and stops moving.
Standing right underneath it, so I'm like, ugh. Prestidigitation to clean up.
As you wave your hands, the fluid and viscera disappear. You find yourself on a quiet, almost suburban residential street with flowers planted in the neighbors' gardens and paste at your toes.
Paste.
The creature was like, it looks like somebody took a hammer and just smashed into the creature a bunch of times.
Okay. Inside the house. Well, actually, did anyone hear the commotion that went on?
Doesn't seem to be that anyone has come or gone.
In this entire area?
Roll a perception check.
I'm also going to send my owl Archie to kind of fly around and see if anyone's approaching.
13 for me.
Roll a
8.
perception check for Archie.
$13.
So that was 15, 8, and 13. You don't see anyone on the street at all, Aya. There's no movement, no traffic. This is a side road, so it's not terribly unusual. Emeric, as you look around, you see some of the blinds on one of the houses next door sort of twitch closed. And as Archie flies overhead, you get some basic communication from Archie that there's nobody on the street, there's nobody nearby, but a few streets over, there's some people walking around and moving.
I think we're in the clear. Archie says there's no one coming and going here.
Being watched, though.
What?
What if this is a decoy house? If you're saying we're being watched.
Is it the house across the street, or like
Like, where was the blind?
is it the house that we're looking at?
It's the house like across the street diagonally. So it's not directly across, it's across and one over.
So I sort of point to that particular house, and it's just like they were observing.
Well, we did just, bludgeon a body part to paste here.
Yeah.
This was in their block.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the house we were given.
We should check this out first.
Yeah. I say we go through the back, though, away from any, like, prying eyes that could see.
By the way, did the professor give us any potions?
Didn't seem to.
Oof.
How hurt are we, exactly?
I am fairly hurt.
I have some spells to use. Also, let me actually see. I should have some features as well. Hold on, that should help. Okay, I think this could work. I'll use. I'll use Healing Word, but at the first level. You were healed for 9.
Nice.
I think because of my ability, I'm not sure if my ability actually was added into that.
As a life domain cleric, whenever you use a spell to heal, creature gains an additional 2 plus the spell level, so you gain an additional 3 hit points.
So 12, because I don't see in that calculation either. How much more healing do you need?
I'm good.
Okay.
That puts me at a not topped up, but close enough.
Do I have any features or traits that could be useful here?
As you look at that, as the group of you begin to sneak around towards the back of the house, outwardly the home looks no different from any other building in the area. It's the exterior walls are built from sturdy brick, and leaded windows decorate the house on all sides, particularly in the front and the east side where there's a walking street. There's a small alley to the west of the house, and in the back you see a small garden that doesn't look terribly well kept, but not completely overgrown. There's a trap door on the west side of the house that seems to be angled to descend downward. And how far down this alley do you go? All the way to the back?
I'm gonna go all the way here. So, based on I should be whatever I can see. I have the shield in the front, so that way I can keep my guard up.
From there, as you look around, you can see that
Where'd everyone go? There we go.
you were just standing on top of Emeric.
Yeah, sorry.
From there, you can see the garden seems fairly well tended, but kind of overgrown. And it doesn't look like there's a lot of vegetables or anything growing there. It seems a mix of weird plants. Are you proficient in nature?
nature, no. Medicine, yes. As well as history.
You could roll a nature check or a medicine check if you want.
I'll do a medicine. See if I can recognize any of those plants. A 10. Ooh, I'm rolling not so well. But it's a 10 for medicine.
10. You only recognize one plant there. It seems to be a hemlock. It's kept in a small bush. Not necessarily a medicine, though it's kind of sometimes used in small doses. It's more frequently used as a poison.
So I explained this to the group that hemlock is a poison, traditionally, probably with other mixes of other things. It could be used as a potion or it could be used for medicine. But this kind of may explain. So if I know hemlock, that means have I used hemlock or do I know more about how potent hemlock is?
Yeah, you would know that it's not often used as a medicine just because of how dangerous it is. In the correct dosage, it can be useful, but in the wrong dosage, it's very deadly.
Oh, I meant as a poison actually. How potent it is.
Pretty potent. It doesn't take a lot to make poison out of this.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How would you use hemlock?
Usually with most plants, you would have to grind them into a paste and even maybe dilute them so that way they're a bit more easily liquefied. So
And if you were to just take some and rub it into someone's cut, if you were to cut someone and then shove it in there, how would that affect them?
not
You usually have to be ingested.
All right, cool.
so it would have to
Alright.
be but a direct dose to the blood system, the veins, could kill someone almost immediately. Especially when processed.
I mean, there are other plants back there.
There are.
It could be a mix, some type of cocktail.
It could be. So it's a
I
good chance.
would like to take my mage hand and grab a handful of hemlock.
Easy enough to do. It's a untended garden.
Cool.
What else do you see?
Do you continue? The only other thing of note, there's a small fence running along the back. Some of the neighbors' houses look into this yard, but it's not a very big yard. And there's that sloping door that is somewhat opened. Or not opened, it's accessible. It accesses the house.
I want to look at the rest of the gardens and I guess, oh wait, do I have pen and paper? I do not have pen and paper. Can I commit them to my memory about their shape and how they feel?
Yeah, roll a straight intelligence or a medicine check.
I'm going to cast guidance first on myself. Then medicine. And then, oh, the guidance did not.
For guidance, you would roll a d4 separately and add that number.
So it is a 12.
Okay. You think with a little bit of research, you could probably identify most of these.
But can I committed them to my memory for later?
Yeah, you think you'll be able to recognize them later.
Okay, and because I might explain them to the professor as well, in case he is able to help me.
Sounds like a plan. Anyone? Where are you going now? Further into the yard, back to the front of the house?
No one objects. I'm going to go to the front, just the corner. So just to out here. And the front door is, you said it's here?
Yeah, that's the front door.
I'm going to use my mage hand again. Invisible mage hand, because I can do that. And I'm going to knock on the door.
You give a solid rap on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Nothing. Nothing. Then the door opens. And a woman steps out, looks around, and spots the ruined corpse.
How far away is she?
She's one sec. She is just at the standing on the porch in front of the front door.
And does she fit the description of the person that we were looking for?
Young, maybe 20, maybe late teens, shocking white hair that goes down to about her shoulder, shaved on one side. And as she looks around, she spots the half corpse. Shit.
I step outside
shit.
and I cast Charm Person.
Step around the corner and cast Charm Person. Is that a wisdom save?
It is a wisdom save.
She locks eyes with you as you reach out and reaches into her hood and then goes,
Hi
"You're not
there.
supposed to be here."
You know what? It's that time of the year. Stroll out in town is nice. I mean, what are you doing?
I'm just cleaning. I have to clean. My brothers make a mess, so I have to clean up after them. But really,
Brothers?
you should be going.
Do you mind if we come in? Are your brothers gonna
Yes.
be? Are your
Yes,
brothers
no,
going to be
you,
coming by?
You can't be here. Well, one of them is home, but the other is out, and you're not. No. This isn't right.
Oh, okay. So, what are you doing?
And you see she glances down towards the corpse and goes, I have to make this right. I have to clean. I have to clean up after them. And
Well, you said your brothers are making a mess. What are they trying to do?
roll a persuasion check.
Straight persuasion check or
Straight persuasion.
okay. 19.
Whoa.
Ooh.
She moves over and she begins picking up the pieces of the creature. And she says, no, they've been sick, and I'm trying to make them better. I'm trying to... We just need everyone to leave us alone. We'll figure this out on our own. And
A lovely girl like yourself. A night like this. Let's just head out, maybe grab a drink, and you can tell me more.
I have to... Yeah, I'd like that. Will you help me clean up? And she gestures to the paste.
I sort of get Ilya and Milo's attention. I'm like, let's help her clean up, and then we can go get a drink.
Yeah. Well, all right, here we go.
Sure. Why not?
I will actually cast Prestidigitation to try to sort of speed up the cleaning process.
And she takes the larger chunks over to a secret trapdoor that's hidden in the corner of the porch. And you see she actually opens this trapdoor and drops the body parts down this long black chute. And she goes, "Oh, we'll use those later. Let's go for a drink." And turns back to you with a bit of a smile.
I quietly whisper to is it Milo who casted Charm
Emeric.
Person? Emeric.
I did. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
I quietly whisper, how long is she going to be like this?
Hour, which is why I will say, you know what? That, because I did notice she tried to go for a weapon, right? A rapier, you said?
She went for something under her cloak.
I don't think you're going to need that. You can leave it home. We'll be with you.
Oh no, I can't do that. That's not. No, that's not. And she gets a bit of a look of confusion over her face. And she's like, "No. I'm sorry, I can't remember. Where do I know you from?"
You know, city's so busy. Did you catch the show at the theater a couple of nights ago? That's where we met.
No, we don't go anywhere. No.
No, you must have been at the square, maybe. We bumped into each other outside.
Roll a deception check with advantage.
While he is doing that, I'm going to send Archie down the secret trapdoor and just have him look around inside there.
Roll a stealth check for Archie.
I rolled 2 7s, so with advantage, it's a 7.
I knew I should have cast guidance.
13 for Archie.
As Archie is moving and Emeric starts talking, you see this look of confusion turn to suspicion, and she says, No. And she steps, blocking Archie, and slams the trapdoor closed with her foot. And she says, "No, who? This isn't right. No, something's wrong." And you get the sense that something about the contradictions in your story are starting to shake something loose.
Can I cast? Actually, no. Should I cast Bane?
Well,
I walk up to her slowly and ask her, "What are you afraid of?" The scariest thing here, when hanging out with these two gentlemen, would be me, another female. You have nothing to worry about getting a drink with them.
Roll a persuasion check. Straight roll.
So when you say straight, is that with modifier or no?
It's with the modifiers. It's just neither advantage or disadvantage.
Okay.
The disadvantage from her suspicion is being canceled out by the advantage from charm.
5.
She looks at you as you're face to face with her, and she gives you a shove back and begins to take a few steps away from you.
Can she even shove me? I'm a Dragonborn.
She doesn't really move you, but the intent is there. She puts her hand, and rather than you moving, she moves away.
As she grabs me, am I able to restrain her? Like grab her, twist
Roll
her?
a grapple check. So an acrobatic or an athletics check versus her dexterity.
Since I'm doing, I don't think I can use guidance. Damn. Okay.
It's all too fast.
A 12. 12 versus.
She got an 11.
Oh.
At this point, I think we have actually entered combat, so I'm going to ask everyone to roll initiative for a second time.
Sharp drop.
Dang.
Oh well.
Oh, there, that's better.
Oh,
All right.
so I got a 14,
19.
but I didn't.
17.
Okay.
19 Emeric, 14 Aila,
Yeah.
Aila, and 17 Milo.
17.
Emeric, you go first.
Sorry. So just in reference, she and Aila are right now on the far side of the porch.
Yes, I should update this.
Grappling each other with
s-
the.
And so you can let yourself be placed wherever you were because you were cleaning.
That was over here then. Okay. And the door has been left open this entire time, correct?
Partly ajar.
Okay. I'll want line of sight to the door anyway, so I'm just gonna step back here and cast. I'm just gonna cast Mind Sliver on her. So.
As you cast Mind Sliver, she looks at you and says, "Stop!" And there's a timbre of vibrato in her voice, and you feel the spell that you're releasing fizzle. She cast Counterspell.
Ooh. Okay.
I didn't know that counterspell could be. Can counterspell is counterspell a somatic spell? Because I do have her restrained technically.
She can still cast while restrained.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, seeing her counter the spell, I will step back a little bit and can't really do anything else. So, yeah.
Milo, you are next.
I am going to go in the door. I'm just gonna. Is the door? It's unlocked and just open there.
Yeah, it's just open a crack.
I'm gonna open the door and head inside.
As you charge inside, you see a fairly standard-looking hallway. It is well decorated. The parlor is off to your right, and it's an exquisite room with comfortable furniture, roaring fireplace, painting depicting two blonde-haired children and a young girl with an adult man in a very rich suit that's over the fireplace. The face on the painting of the older man has been scratched out. And it's just these three children who look maybe like 13 and 10.
Okay, I would like to have Archie just kind of fly in and look around a little bit. And while he's doing that, if I can hold my action to have my crossbow ready to fire if I see anything coming at me.
From inside the house?
Yeah.
Okay. Archie zooms down the corridor, and you lose sight of him as he veers right into the next room past the thing. Yeah.
Okay. She already used her reaction for this turn, so I'll speak first. I ask her specifically what is going on with her family. What are her brothers trying to make her do? Does she respond?
What's that?
Does she respond?
She looks at you and says, never tell you anything, I don't even know who you are. You'll pay for this. You'll become our toys, our puppets, just like all the others.
I cast Inflict Wounds to persuade her.
That is a attack roll with advantage because you are grappling her.
Okay. So twice then.
On D&D Beyond, you can also right-click on the roll, and it gives you the option of advantage, disadvantage.
Okay, that's cool. So 13.
That is a hit. You watch as she writhes in pain as your spell takes hold, and she gives a ah!
So that's 16 necrotic damage. I tell her that this will only hurt more the more she continues to fight us.
Okay.
That's
Roll an intimidation check.
Oh, okay then. 14 straight.
Okay. She looks at you and says, "You will regret that." And as she does, her voice lowers in timbre, and you watch her eyes turn completely black, and sort of the pupil entirely disappears. Could you roll? Actually, could all three of you roll a wisdom saving throw for me?
Yes, I'm actually proficient in this, but let's see.
This will go badly.
21.
Yep.
3.
6.
21, 3, and 6. You've seen spells like this. You see her casting a spell at you, and you know it's coming. You're able to brace yourself just for a moment. But Milo and Emeric, you just hear this terrifying voice, and it strikes fear into your very core. You are both frightened. And she looks at you, having not succumbed to her spell, and a moment of surprise. And then she goes, "Huh." And then you're holding nothing as she has disappeared out of your hands.
Wait, so did she say huh, as in she's curious?
Yeah, she's a bit surprised. She does then follow up with, well, goodbye. And she has stepped away. She's now standing right over here.
I can see where she is though, right?
You do. She's only moved about 20 feet away from you.
Can I run and tackle her? Not in an attack, but almost to pin her down.
On your next turn?
I still have movement left?
No, this was her turn.
Oh, this was her turn?
Yeah,
Oh,
her turn
damn.
was casting the fear spell, and
Oh,
then
okay.
Misty Step.
Damn. Oh, yeah, bonus action spells.
Yeah, Emeric.
Sorry, 1 second. Just double check something. Okay. Given that I'm afraid of her, I'll do. So I will first take the same action that I did earlier, which is casting Mind Sliver. Sort of just saying the words that to the spell, directing it at her. It is a Wisdom save.
She made a Wisdom save of 9.
That will fail. So she is going to, just so it's out there. You'll take 2 points of psychic damage, and then on the next saving throw that she makes, she subtracts 1d4
Gotcha.
before the end of my next turn. And then I am going to, because of fear, move 30 feet away from her. 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And lose sight of her.
Dodging down the end of that that corridor. All right.
Going that way instead of the other way, so I'm still on map. It's easier.
Anything else in your turn?
That is it.
Milo? You are inside the house. You can see her if you look out the door over your shoulder. Nothing has come at you from inside this house.
Has Archie come back yet?
You see Archie land just here at the end of the corridor.
Okay. I am going to move towards that way.
As you enter that room, it looks like a lavish... where is it? A lavish dining room. Table set for 6. Very fancy 3 doors on your left that seem to lead to smaller rooms based on the size of the house. A large piano with various small portraits set up over top of it. And you can just beyond see the doorway that leads to what looks like a very large kitchen.
Okay, I'm going to send Archie into the kitchen.
Archie moves into the kitchen and seems to give a hoot of suspicion and fear as he looks somewhere to the left.
My movement is 30, so that's...
No outright threat, but something that's giving Archie the creeps.
Okay, so I use the rest of my movement to move here, which should be my 30 feet.
Unmoving in the corner next to the stove right there, there is a humanoid silhouette draped in a white tablecloth that is completely still and not moving.
Okay, and for action, I will use Mage Hand to lift the sheet up off the thing.
As you pull the sheet up, it reveals a figure standing dressed in all white with an apron and a hat. This creature is clearly very much like the other, stitched together with different parts. You see like half the face is a tiefling. There's one elf ear, one human ear. There's half a mustache growing off the side of its face, and just like one arm is bulky and muscular and the other is thin. One hand ends in like clawed fingernails and the other is like an old woman's hand. And the creature, as the tablecloth moves, sort of looks over at you and sort of somewhat lurches forward makes a couple of steps forward.
All right, I'm just going to yell out, more patchwork people! More patchwork people! And that's my turn.
Okay. Yeah.
I look between the woman and back to where. Oh gosh, I'm forgetting names.
Milo or Emeric?
I think it was Emeric who called for the
Milo
Yeah.
called for the.
Milo. Yeah.
Ah,
So
well, that was-
Milo.
yeah.
Milo's inside with the thing, and Emeric is on the side of the house.
Because we're all in this together. I memorize her face and like what she's wearing. Do I have to do any roll for that?
No, this figure is quite stuck in your memory.
I yell to her, I hope I made a good impression on you, and then run inside.
Okay. You dart inside after Milo. Before I forget, Milo and Emeric can make a wisdom saving throw, because at the end of your turn you cannot see her.
That is a 17.
And it's 16 for me.
Neither of you are currently frightened.
Good.
Well, I'm terrified. There's a creature thing here.
Neither of you are supernaturally terrified.
There we go.
So I just moved, so this should be about 20 feet. And then, so I have 35 feet. I just want to know how much feet I have left to support.
It's 3 more squares.
Okay, so there. So I have no idea what he sees, or do I?
You can't see what he's looking at. You can see him standing in the doorway with his crossbow ready.
I'll cast Bless. Yeah, I'll cast. Actually, I call to him and ask how close is the thing to you. I can probably use spiritual weapon.
Milo, you can make a brief reply if you want.
About 20 feet.
Northeast, west.
West.
Spiritual weapon, I believe you have to have line of sight on the target.
Create floating. Pass. Oh, you make immediate attack. It doesn't say so. Well, not from what I'm reading.
I guess not. You just have to be able to see where the weapon appears. So I'm going to say your spiritual weapon appears right here.
Oh, there? Okay.
And you can make an attack roll at disadvantage.
Okay. So let's cast. Oh, and I forgot I could do the other stuff. So that is quite the disadvantage. 22.
Rolled pretty well.
22. You hear a crash and a shattering of glass. Milo, you watch as... What does your spiritual weapon look like?
Oh, we'll have it. A scythe. We'll make it a scythe.
Milo, you watch as a scythe forms in the air and strike through exactly where this creature had been standing a moment ago and smash into a pantry full of dishes.
Successfully.
You missed.
Thank you.
Is that everything, Aila?
No. Yes, that is everything.
Emeric, you now find yourself alone in an alleyway.
hearing. I'm assuming I'm hearing the commotion inside the house now.
You are, yes.
Okay. I'm gonna gingerly step out here.
To an empty street.
She is gone. Is the trapdoor sort of like? Does it look like it's just been moved?
It's closed. You know where it is, but it doesn't look like it's open or anything. And it does hide very well with the porch. It was clearly made to be hidden.
Is there anything heavy? There's a bench there. At least in the.
Yeah, there's a bench on the front door.
Yeah. I'm gonna jump over and push the bench on top of the trapdoor.
It slides over with this groaning, scraping sound. And you feel it's likely not going to be opened by anyone with normal strength.
Okay. I would assume that's my movement. That's action. Yeah, that'll be my turn.
All right. Milo, just before you go, you watch this creature lurch forward and grab a knife and pull a knife out of a knife block. And then grab an onion off the countertop. And begin chopping an onion. It's your turn. What do you do?
All right, it's I think it's making dinner. So okay. And I'm just gonna walk in over here.
Oh.
And I'm not gonna attack. I'm gonna have my crossbow ready. I'm gonna hold an action and see if it's going to become aggressive. And I just want to observe it and see what it does.
You pause for a moment and watch as it chops, not very well, but chops an onion into large pieces, scrapes up the skin of the onion and drops it on the ground. And then the flesh of the onion, it sort of scoops up and lurches over to the stove where an empty pot is waiting. And it drops the onions into the pot. And then it continues lurching around the kitchen.
Okay, yeah, it's just cooking here. It's just making food.
I bulge my eyes open. Like, what?
You can all join in the kitchen if you wish.
So I assume we are all out of combat then.
For the moment, if you don't want to do anything with this cooking corpse.
So I asked the group, do we chase after our mysterious woman or do we investigate the house?
There's the trapdoor. Whatever they're doing downstairs.
And
we
the
go to the back.
trapdoor up back too.
I mean, the instructions were to find anything strange happening. Like, who was either stop them or get information that will be useful to the guards.
That is true, but like these constructs aren't really, other than the one outside, which probably was an incomplete one. This one here is just doing a housing task.
Yeah. She did say they needed to collect parts. Maybe there's more downstairs.
We are not going through the trapdoor over here. That could probably be their storage, and we don't know where the entrance is to that or how that's properly accumulated. there is a door at the back.
Yep.
So you can test that out.
There's a cellar door in the garden. We can take a look upstairs first, see if there's anything or anyone.
Wait, she did say her brother's home.
Does it sound like someone's upstairs?
So unless
Unless
the sinful sous chef is her brother, there's someone else home.
Did you just call it the sinful sous chef?
Yes.
I'm not even mad. That was catchy. That was catchy.
Emeric, make a perception check as you listen to see if you hear anything upstairs.
Can I also listen as well?
Sure.
And
21.
The house sounds deathly quiet. The only sound you hear comes from the kitchen, where occasionally something will get knocked over or you hear a splotch.
Before we continue, if her brother was home, remember the 2 spells she cast? Like, those were very loud. I presume her brother would have came out if heard them upstairs.
well, I also heard the. What was that thing that caused the glass and things breaking in the kitchen?
That was me aiming poorly with limited sight of my weapon. The scythe here.
Ah,
Yeah.
yeah, that would also do it. Actually. Guards? Well, no. At this point, they would have been here by now. There hasn't been any
Maybe.
activity here.
Yeah. Which
It almost
means
seems like people are avoiding this block.
does that mean that they know what's going on here?
Do we know what street we're on? Or like, I mean, streets might not be named, but like, do we know what like area, district
Yeah.
we're in?
Yeah, you know that this is a fairly older, affluent neighborhood. It's not something up and coming. It's not somewhere that the new money would move to. This part of town is pretty much older, wealthy families and probably just older, wealthy people. Kids have moved out, and this is the old family homes.
Okay.
Well, let's look for any pictures of their family then. Maybe. 'Cause if
Saw
they're
one in the
old-
hallway, and
You
there's
wanna-
one above the piano.
Hey Milo, you want to send
Archie.
Archie
Archie.
up there?
Yeah, all right. Archie, check upstairs.
Cool. Everyone roll an investigation check as you search. Are you just searching the room that you're currently in, the dining room?
I'll
I-
take the. I think there's another room in front. Actually, when we were fighting, it looks like a
It's the parlor.
lounge or a parlor. Yeah, I'll take the parlor.
I will guess take the kitchen. Maybe we can find something useful, or maybe if I don't aggravate this, I can cook up some stuff for not a meal, but like to restore ourselves and our health.
You are a chef in your background, yes. So roll an investigation check for me, everyone.
That's a
22.
4 for me. Sorry, 8. 8.
17.
8, 17, and Emeric, what did you get?
22.
22. We'll start with Milo. The first thing you see is that the table's set for 6, but as you get closer, there's dust on the majority of the dishes. There's a little cobweb going from one wine glass to another. On the top of the piano, you see several portraits that are clearly hand painted. They're each about the size of a paperback novel. The older ones have 2 young boys, and then 2 slightly older boys who look very similar, and a little baby girl. There's some with a woman, and the children get to about 13 years old. The boys get to about 13 years old, and then the newer portraits are just one boy, and then one young man and the girl. And the woman disappears around the same time. Until finally it's just a young woman and a young man. The young woman's clearly the one you confronted outside. As you're moving around the kitchen, this construct is grabbing tubers and root vegetables and dried, mostly okay meat, and is chopping things up. And you're sort of looking around the kitchen, but also keeping an eye on the recipe. And every now and then you like grab a piece of rancid meat and pull it out of the hand, or you change the spices that the creature's looking for. Generally keeping an eye on what's going on in that kitchen as you're searching. Nothing really of value. There is fresh food, and everything is well stocked. The china and the dishes here, very well made, very expensive. There's good quality ingredients. The range is amazing. It's like top of the line maybe 30 years ago. And this is a big kitchen.
So, as I come across things, how used are they? The china, has it collected dust? Like, how much dust? Is it thin, thick? The rain?
There's some like very expensive bits of silverware that don't look like they've been polished recently, but the majority of the stuff does look like it's been used somewhat recently.
So that means... What does the construct say, if anything?
Doesn't seem to vocalize or speak in any way aside from
I think it wants more salt.
Well, when his back turns, I dip a finger and taste it. Does it need more salt?
Definitely not.
Alright. But yeah, I'll keep an eye on it to see what it does after it's finished cooking.
Every now and then it will get to a point where there's nothing to do but wait, and it will literally freeze in place and just stop moving until it's time to stir again or something.
Can I look in the eyes of the
Roll an insight check.
constructs don't have lives, so 11.
Glassy, unfocused. Doesn't seem to be any sort of spark there at all.
Does it seem, I wouldn't say alive per se in the sense of like a feeling, but almost like, is there a soul behind there?
It's tough to tell. It reminds you more of a clockwork creature than anything sentient. But it's real tough to tell.
Okay, do I actually know anything about constructs? Like, was I a part of the professor's class at some point? The one who passed away.
Roll a history check.
Oh, I'm gonna cast a guidance first on this one. That way. And before that, oh yeah, it's a D4, so history. Then 24.
24. Yeah, you did sit in on this class, and you didn't do half bad. You know the main difference between undead and constructs is that undead are souls trapped in a dead body that have been enslaved to do something, whereas constructs have no soul. They are empty vessels that are being powered by various means, either a trapped elemental or just an arcane ritual to repeat certain tasks. They are almost puppets. They have no will of their own, and they are generally considered to be soulless.
And sorry, let me just check. I have the ability to ritual cast, right? Feature traits.
I don't believe base clerics do.
Okay, no, you're right. Okay, I was gonna say because that means. So, would complex tasks such as cooking require, I guess, longer or larger, or I guess more complex rituals?
Yeah, it depends on the skill of the person making the construct. You could definitely create a construct that could make some simple dishes and maybe a small handful of recipes that it could repeat over and over again. It would be very difficult to take a very skilled construct creator. But it's certainly possible.
So even
For
someone.
arcane rituals, it's possible. It's easier to use an elemental for a case like that.
Oh, okay. So that means someone as gifted or like intelligent on constructs as our professor, deceased professor, would be easily capable of using an arcane ritual.
Probably.
Just as a comparison to kind of figure out that, okay, yeah, I'm gonna keep thinking on this. I have nothing else to do.
Meanwhile, in the parlor, Emeric, as you look around, there's very clear signs that this was decorated by somebody who has had exquisite taste, had a lot of money to back it up, and probably hasn't been updated in a very long time. Much like the dining set, things are dusty. Things are somewhat old. There's flowers, but they are artificial and silk. And as you're looking around, there's a handful of books that are lining one of the shelves. Nothing catches your interest too much. But there is that large portrait that Milo saw on the way in. It is 3 small children in this very room with an older man in a very expensive suit on one of the blue chairs in front of the fireplace. And the face of the man has been scratched out of the canvas.
Weapon or claws, almost.
Probably
fingers.
done with some kind of a tool. It's very clean cuts.
Okay. Drawers, cabinets, anything.
You do find a small placard that says the Dinestros House. Current the proprietors Mazius, Pavrock, Vohilda. My beloved children, I leave this to you.
Mazius, Pavrock, and
Vohilda.
Hilda. Dinestros, does that name mean anything in terms of, well,
You roll a history check.
20, 30.
20. It kind of tickles your memory. It used to be a name that you saw on like products that were shipped far. It was a mercantile company. But as far as you recall, it hasn't been in operation for like over a decade.
Why did it stop operating?
You don't really know. You vaguely recall something about. You got a 20, so you recall something about a tragedy? The shipwreck, maybe, that took the owner's wife and child? And after that, they stayed open for a little bit, but everything just sort of faded away until you just didn't hear about them much.
And there were nothing else in the cabinets, is just sifting through everything.
Nothing of value, nothing of interest.
I will rejoin the rest from the parlor.
At this point, it's starting to get dark outside, and there's some light coming in from the street. Milo has gone upstairs and come back down. Or not Milo.
Archie.
Archie has gone upstairs, circled around, and come back downstairs, giving you the impression that it's a hall, but there's a bunch of closed doors. Can't really get anywhere.
So, anyone find any brains?
No. We have some good food so
I
far.
have a name.
A name?
Yep. Fuhilda de Nestros.
Does that ring any bells? For us?
You can also roll a history check, but
I'll explain the family history of the business and what happened the past 10 years. Yeah. But
So history check first, or
his history check. But you at least know what Emeric told you.
throwing that in, and then so I got a 14.
And I got 15.
Yeah, you pretty much. That's what you know. At this point, you hear coming from the kitchen behind you, and you turn to see the creature is holding three bowls of what looks like a ratatouille.
get out of the way so we can serve the table. I think that's what it's trying to do.
Or is it putting it on the counter?
As you move, it sort of just follows you, holding a bowl out in front of it.
Okay, so I take a bowl and move aside so I can pass it to the other two.
I will take a bowl.
It hands each of you a bowl.
Thank you.
I say thanks.
Yeah.
And then I move to the pot. Is that the stove or the counter where it was working?
It was working at the stove, and it totters back into the corner and stands facing the wall, unmoving.
But I guess I also dismiss spiritual weapon as well. So I realize it's still open, still there.
Do any of you eat the food?
I mean, yeah.
Is it safe? You were in the
I-
kitchen.
I was keeping an eye, so it should be safe. Is it?
I mean, if Aila starts eating, do we see anything strange happen?
It seems to be safe.
Okay. Start eating it as well.
I'm gonna have Archie eat mine.
Anyone who is injured can regain 1d8 hit points.
Do we get any bonuses by chance? Actually, no. Wait, what's my chef ability again?
The chef ability is on a short rest. You regain 1d8 hit points.
Oh, okay. I was gonna thought it was Oh yeah.
The temporary hit points are on a long rest.
That's where it was. Okay. Oh, you said 1d. Sorry, what was the d again? The dice?
1d8 hit points.
Oh, I don't have any. I didn't take any damage, so never mind.
So, are we going to check upstairs or in the trap door out back?
I think we should check upstairs first.
Yeah.
Let's make sure nothing's above us.
Archie didn't really notice anything up there, so the door, all closed doors, but no one came out to like look at an owl flying around.
I mean, with all the commotion that's being made, I would have expected someone to kind of come down. So let's check upstairs for more information. And I guess then we head downstairs to see what's going on.
Let's just sweep of the rooms upstairs.
Yeah. Oh.
I hope that worked. You now find yourself in a dark hallway. This is room number 5. Sorry. A sparsely decorated hall runs the length of most of the upstairs. There are doors on the north-south, single door on the north and south wall, and 3 doors on the east wall, and 2 small doors on the west wall. As you stand up there, the first thing that catches your attention is there's a strong, foul smell coming from the north.
I mean,
Okay.
probably means there's a dead body in there.
I'll check a different door. That's not that one.
I'll check out the foul-smelling one. Is it this one, sorry, or is it the other side?
Yeah, that's the foul-smelling door.
Okay.
Hit 3 doors on the east, which is be this one, and this one?
Yeah,
That's
and then
correct,
hit the south door, I believe, right?
One south door. I'll take the door to the south for now.
All right, Milo, you're checking out that door.
The door over here, I guess. Is it this side or the other
Sure.
side?
There are two doors over here, and then a door here, here, and there.
I'll check out this one here.
Okay. We'll do Milo first. As you reach, that door is decorated with a stylized V on the door handle. And you reach forward and
Before I check open door, can I check for traps?
you can.
And that's investigation, I believe.
It is investigation.
13.
13. You notice a small thread running from the top of the door down to the bottom.
I would like to see if I can disengage this thread or like?
Roll a dexterity check. You can use your thieves' tools if you have them. I believe as a rogue you should.
I do have those.
So it is a thieves' tool check, so sleight of hand.
10.
Does that include your proficiency?
That should, I think.
It
Yeah,
does.
yeah, it does.
You snap the thread and wait for a moment. Nothing seems to happen immediately.
I'm just gonna yell out, check for wires first.
And then you reach out and touch the handle, and the door's locked.
And I shall attempt to unlock it.
Roll another sleight of hand check.
I am rolling like shit. That is 12. This is what I'm good at.
I feel the pain. I feel the pain.
The door doesn't seem to want to budge for you.
I'll just be a minute with this and pass on to someone else for now.
All right. Do we want to go to Emeric or Aila first?
I can go next, since we have the foul-smelling door that Aila's checking, so that I think that's the highest suspense. So I'm hearing Milo have mentioned the wires and having trouble with the door. I'm going to take a step back from the one that I was working on and just stretch out a hand, cast Mage Hand, and have it open the door.
This door is not locked, and the door swings open easily. There's a large V carved into the front of the door from the hallway, and it looks like it was carved with a knife or something. Not particularly nicely, just like... Inside, you find stacks of books and yellowing scroll packs in a small office. Bizarre trinkets blanket the shelves. There's weird knickknacks everywhere. There's a large desk and a green velvet chair that has sort of had a blanket draped over it, and paperwork littering the floors.
Going through the paperwork, anything that's immediately catching my eye.
Roll an investigation check.
Sure. 23.
23. You notice that the first thing you notice is the older books that look like they're lining the shelves are extremely valuable, but very heavy. Probably not something that would be nice to carry around, but worth a lot of money. The newer papers that litter the floor are diagrams of anatomy. There's arcane sigils. There's various writings that talk about how energies are connected and how elementals are summoned. There's some manifestos for, manifests for shipping. And then a lot of obituaries with various things circled on them.
Sifting through anything on Professor Trenar.
You do see one of her books sitting, looks like it matches the rest of the old collection, but it's sitting open on a reading stand rather than being on the bookshelf. The other thing you find is a ring of keys with 5 keys on them. Looks like there are 3 silver keys, 1 large gold key, and a black iron key.
Silver, black, and sorry, what was the last one?
3 silver, 1 gold, and 1 black.
I will quickly grab the book from Professor Trenar's book, pocket that, and any notes with regards to collect the papers, put those together.
You are gathering evidence.
Yep.
At the same time that is happening, on the north door, you open the door slowly, carefully. What you see inside is a bathroom. Fairly large, brass tub with clawed feet. And it looks like a normal bathroom, except as soon as the door opens, you're hit with this foul, pungent smell that just is nauseating. In the north wall, you see a bathtub that is almost bubbling with black, noxious substance.
So I do take a step inside. Do I notice anything else off about the bathroom other than the tub with, you said bubbling?
Yeah.
How does the consistency look of the liquid? Like, does it look more gooey or does it look more...
Pretty viscous. Roll an investigation check.
Okay. Because I know, sorry, I'm just like, investigation, am I touching this thing?
No, you're just examining closely.
A 9.
A 9. It looks like whatever this substance is, it has spilled over the side of the tub. At least once. There are stains on the floor. And the wallpaper next to the tub has completely corroded and been eaten away.
So there's means that it could possibly be poisonous.
Or acidic.
Yeah. Do I have anything small on me? Toothpick small.
You have some cook's utensils.
Sure.
Actually, you have a tinderbox, so you would have some matches.
Okay. And this would be better if I had Mage Hand, but I don't. So what I'm going to do is take some tongs that I have, hold onto a match, and slowly get close and see what happens as the match, what do you call it, gets closer, and also dip it in and pull it out and see what happens to it.
As you dip the match into the liquid, you hear a as it instantly begins to corrode, and as you pull it away, this thick, goopy, black, bubbling liquid begins to trail away at the side of the match. And the bubbles.
So I let go of the match and let it drop into the acid.
As it drops into the acid, the bubbles from the tub, and the bubbles start more rapidly moving, like it starts simmering. And you see something move under the surface, just a ridge come up.
I back out, I get my shield ready, and I tell them that I might have caused something.
What?
A hand lifts up out of the bathtub and grabs onto the side of the tub as another one pulls itself up. And raising up from the tub is what looks like a clay version of a person, like somebody slapped together their approximation of a doll. And this creature looks at you with mist-sized eyes and a mouth that sort of hangs open slack and gives a and reaches a hand forward. I'd like you to roll initiative.
Okay. As we roll initiative, I do have a question. Is So you say it's a clay creature. Is the goop dripping off of it, or is it goop sticking to it?
It's sliding off in a bit in bits, but it is still hissing off of the side of it.
Oh, okay. And does it look like it could fit in the size of the tub?
Yes, it doesn't look much bigger than a normal human.
Oh, okay. Okay. Because I'm like, if this thing's bigger, I'm gonna be definitely weirded out. I rolled a 6.
I got a 20.
8.
Okay.
20 for Milo, 8 for Emeric, and 6 for... You said 6?
Yep.
Milo, you see Aya backing out of the bathroom where this horrible stench is now filling the corridor. And the creature is looming up out of the tub. You can just see it reflected in the bathroom mirror.
Hang on, I'm just almost done with this. Look, oh crap! And I'm going to get my crossbow and just fire past Aya and see if I can hit this thing.
Go for it.
Ugh, that is product. That's a 7.
A 7. As you fire, you realize, oh, I was aiming at the mirror, and your crossbow smashes into the glass surface, and glass rains down into the bathroom.
Did I get it?
Little off.
All right. And that's all I got for now.
The creature is going to lumber forward. As it sort of slips and slides out of the bathtub, the viscous acid splashes all over the tiles in the tub, and it raises a fist to smack at the cleric in front of it. That is a 19 to hit.
The hits.
Uh, 6 points of damage, but could you roll a Constitution saving throw for me as you're splashed with this acid that thumps into you?
13.
13. You manage to bring your shield up just in time and sort of shake off the acid that's hissing off of your clothes as you watch some of the fabric on your outfit begin to dissolve. It doesn't... Your scales manage to protect you from whatever secondary effect is going to happen. Emeric?
Oh boy. Yeah. At this distance, I think I just have to go with Magic Missile. Stretch out a hand as 3 bolts of energy blast out and streak towards this thing. 3.
Okay. Roll damage as the magic missiles shoot up and separate slightly as they pass over and under and around Aya and slam into the clay creature.
12 points.
Damn, that's a lot of damage.
As you see the damage impacted, chunks of clay are like opened up and little holes appear in the creature, and they just slowly fill back in. Anything else?
I am going to duck into the room, sort of.
All right. Aya?
So first, from what I can remember, is this how constructs are normally made? As in they pop up from a random goop?
Given your 20 history, you know that this is a type of construct. A construct doesn't need to inhabit a body. It just needs some form that is vaguely person-shaped. So it could be made out of wood, it can be made out of metal, it can be made out of flesh. This is a clay golem, or a clay construct, because golem is not a term we use anymore.
Yes. So for then, when constructs are first, I guess, appeared slash, I'm not gonna say alive, but I guess first moving or operating, do they already have the arcane rituals in them, or do they have to be given commands as soon as they are?
Depends on how advanced they are. The more advanced ones can learn new things as they go. The more simple ones are just given a task. You know that clay golems are among the easiest to make. They're the simplest. They're the least complicated, and they generally don't have very complex thinking processes.
Okay, which means this one's already been, in a sense, instructed. I'm going to, because it's so close and pretty much touch my shield, I'm going to cast, what do you call it? Inflict wounds.
Okay.
(22) and 19 necrotic damage.
19 necrotic damage. You reach out and touch it, and just whole sections of clay slosh off the side of it and splash onto the ground as it sort of begins to reform and take shape again, slightly smaller than it was before. Anything else?
I'm gonna yell at it, just in case. To not attack. And see if maybe that works.
Okay. Milo?
I'm going to raise my crossbow again. I don't think it wants to cook us meals this time. And fire.
Go for it. You now have an ally within 5 feet of it.
That is a 16 to hit.
16 hits.
Not great damage. I got 11 on that.
And that includes your sneak attack.
That is the sneak attack total.
Crossbow shoots through the head of this creature and blasts at the side. The back of its head just exploding outward in clay that coats the back wall. And the sort of hole shrinks down and becomes a mouth as it looks back at you. Anything else?
No, I think I'll stay here and just be ready in case it comes at me again.
All right. The next thing the creature is going to do, since Milo just shot it in the face and it really wants to get back at Milo, is going to make a shove attack against Aya.
Okay.
Sorry, Aya?
Aya.
Could you roll a strength check for me, Aya?
Okay. (14).
You got a 14, it got a 21.
Oh, jeez.
So you raise your shield and you just watch this massive fist come right at you and connect with your shield. And you go flying back 10 feet. Could you roll a dexterity check for me?
Oh, sorry, one. So back, yeah, there. And dexterity. Oh gosh. Well, dexterity. So I'm a 2 for the dexterity.
You land prone on your back. And the creature is going to rush forward and try and take its second attack on Milo. $19 to hit.
Oh, that hits.
It's hard.
Yeah.
It's 9 points of bludgeoning damage. And can you make a Constitution saving throw for me?
Yeah, I can do that. That's gonna go well. Oh, that went well. 20.
You manage to brush the acid off before it makes too great a damage on you.
That was 9 points of damage, you said?
Yes, let me double check. 9 points of damage.
All right. Ow! Ow, ow, ow. Very ow.
Emeric, you hear lots of crashing, smashing, and ows coming from the hallway, but you do not see anything.
No, I don't.
Is
Is it my turn? I will peek out again, and I'm like, oh, it's closer. Stretch out my hand and just let another blast of magic missile go. And
Alright. It cannot evade that attack, so roll your damage.
11.
You watch as huge chunks of it go flying off this time. It looks almost soupy, like it's barely holding together.
I will duck into the other corner and knowing, well, I mean, I've already used my action to cast the spell, but I'm just gonna like start sifting through the notes and try to be like, must be something in here about that thing. Yeah. And that is my turn.
All right, Aya. You are prone. You can use half your movement to stand up, which would reduce your speed to 20, I believe.
Yep. So I will stand up. And use a second level spell. Alright. We're gonna go for another inflict wounds. So that seems to be doing the trick currently. Damn it. Is a 6.
6 to hit.
Yes.
You reach your arm out and it sort of backhands you. Not enough to hurt you, but it does interfere with your hit.
Damn it. Okay.
Any bonus action or movement?
No, for movement, I'll just keep it here cornered, so that way it's not going to move and attack. I don't think I have any bonus action healing spells.
What's your passive perception?
15 for perception, 15 for insight too.
As you back up, you're knocked back from casting the insight spell. You bump against this closet door behind you, and you hear. Sounds like a small child singing, and then you hear scratching on the door behind you.
I just speak Draconic to my god and just be like, oh my gosh. And is the door locked?
It is not open, but it's a closet door. It doesn't look like it has a lock on it. It does open outward, and you are blocking the path at the moment.
Great. I tell Milo that. I yell that to oh my gosh, I'm forgetting names.
Milo and Emeric.
Emeric, thank you. Sorry. But yeah, I yell out to Emeric, and I tell that to Milo, that there is something behind me in the closet. But to focus on this thing in front of us at the moment, since it can kill.
Is that everything for your turn?
Yes.
Milo.
Oh, good. Creepy singing. Okay. And I'm going to take my dagger and do a attack against with a dagger,
Go ahead.
and that's a 16.
16. Because it's your first time playing this character, I do want to point out, because you have crossbow expert, you
Yes.
don't have disadvantage on a ranged attack.
I know.
Okay.
I'm aware of this. I was reading up on what to do for this turn.
Gotcha. And what did you do to hit?
That was my dagger,
Uh,
and that was a 16.
16 hits.
And the damage on that is going to be... Do I get sneak attack for this too?
You do. Aya is within 5 feet of you.
That will be a 15.
Stab the dagger in, and as you... It's almost like stabbing into a cake. You just feel slight resistance, but your arm just keeps... Your dagger keeps going in, and your hand goes up to the wrist into the clay. As you pull the dagger back out, there's a hole about the size of your fist that goes like 8 inches into the creature, and it just slowly begins to close, and it looks at you and goes,
And as
With
I
a
have as I have my dagger hand into it, and it's like leering at me and coming down at me, I'm going to point my... It's pretty tall, right? You said it wasn't quite
yeah,
taller than
it's
me?
about the size of an average sized person, but yeah.
I'm going to point my
Just-
crossbow up under his chin and just fire a crossbow bolt under its
Bonus
chin.
action.
As bonus action with crossbow expert, I can do a crossbow bolt attack as well.
All right, go for it.
That's only an 8.
It leans back just as you do, and your crossbow bolt goes into the ceiling.
You are slippery.
That brings it to its turn, unless you have any movement.
That
you
is
wanna
all
do.
I got.
Okay. It is going to make one punch against each of you because you are within arm's reach.
Eh,
Against Aya is an 8 versus AC,
15. So
and against Milo is also an 8 versus AC. I rolled
14.
2 ones in a row.
jeez.
+7 to hit. It's what
Emeric, it is your turn.
Does it, like, if I peek out and look at it, does it look...
It looks like it's barely holding together. It looks like bits of clay are dropping off of it as you look.
Okay. Yeah, it's been working. I'm just gonna stretch out the hand and just let another volley go.
Magic missile
Yeah.
burning through your spell slots as they fire off.
Yeah. I don't want to use them, but no choice. Yep. 11.
11 points of damage. Milo,
Yeah.
as you fire your crossbow and it misses, the creature reaches or looks down at you one more time. It pulls its fist right back, and you just see acid dripping off its fist as it comes right for you, and it
Yikes.
explodes outward as magic missiles splatter it everywhere.
I use my shield to protect me.
I think I tasted it. Oh.
I
Oh,
don't think
that's-
you.
It tastes
Ugh.
like mud and vinegar.
Oh, that is... blah.
Still sifting through papers, just... Hey.
That is foul.
As you shift through papers, you find a diagram of a mud golem. A mud construct.
Okay. That would have been helpful.
I go towards the name will always escape. me.
Emeric?
Emeric. I don't know
Yeah.
why Emeric does not escape.
You should be able to see the character's name on the map. Is it?
Oh, my map is a little small, just so that way I can actually see the entire area, especially what I can see.
Gotcha.
Yes, but also
Um,
disappears as well as soon as it's not within my sight. So Emeric was not within my sight at all.
Gotcha. Do you leave the closet door?
I put my shield in front of it as a weight against the door because this does not make sense. Like, if this could be the brother she was mentioning, the laughter did not help. The scratching just freaked me out. So I'm gonna put a little weight against it and make sure it can't
Wedge
open.
the door shut.
Yeah. I point to everyone and be like, do not open this door as I point to the door. Do not touch it until we are good. And I'm also going to use one of my channel divinities. Where is it? Yes, preserve life. So 15 health. What does your health look like, Milo?
12.
Out of
21.
15.
Take a
19
big
out of
chunk.
20, so I'm fine.
So you. Yeah. Oh yeah. So that works then. So
Yeah.
I will give you 9, and I'll take 6.
Thank you.
Feel a cool wave of energy rush over you as Aya releases the spell, and much of your ache is taken away.
Oh, that's much better.
I'm also going to use Harness Divine Power to restore an expended spell slot. I'm not sure if I can do it if it's only for me. Yeah, it's only for myself.
Yeah.
So
I mean, if we take rest in a little bit of time, I'll be able to get something back.
so will I. Thank goodness. But yes. So I do want to have a look at the papers as well to see if there's any arcane rituals that have been written up.
Yeah, roll an investigation check. Milo, what are you doing during this?
I am going to sift through the remains of Clayface.
Another investigation check. And just to let you know, you only have one channel divinity per day at level 3.
Oh, I know.
So-
I know. Use up a lot of my stuff, my features.
It looks like Harness Divine Power and Preserve Life are both channel divinities.
Oh, they. Oh, okay. I thought they were. Oh. Okay. Well, preserve life is more
Keep the
important.
healing.
Yeah, I know.
Healing.
I thought preserve. Okay, that's my bad.
Okay. What were your investigation checks?
I got a 7.
I got a 12.
Milo, it's pretty goopy. You do find, messing around in much of the clay, some arcane objects that look like they're used for ritual use. You see a pocket watch. You see several small bones. And, one sec. You see a jar of beads made from glass, lead, iron, and silver.
I'm going to empty out my tinderbox and just using my dagger trying to scoop up as much of the stuff I can into the box.
Gotcha. You have a tinderbox full of muck.
Well, I was trying to get like the beads and all those things like
The beads, yeah. The beads are in a small jar, so you could just take the jar.
Okay.
Looking through the papers, you don't see any specific arcane ritual in this office, but you do see arcane notations and references to other things. Piecing everything together, you get the sense that there is another book that's missing.
for reference for this book, have I read it before, and is the author a professor by chance?
You, unless Emeric is hiding the book from you, Emeric shows you a book by the professor that is
Uh,
not.
I am actually holding on to the book at this point in time, but
Are you hiding it?
no, I'm not.
Okay. You see the book, but that's not what's missing. There's something else, a book that you haven't read, but the professor's book and other books that you have read make reference to this. It is the Manual of Constructs. It is all of these academic books talk about how things are made in a purely academic setting, but they don't have specific directions of how things are done.
So this is an actual directional book. So almost like a recipe book in a sense.
Almost, yeah. Or a spell book.
Spell book.
Be 1 moment.
While they're doing that check, I guess just quickly investigating the other doors to see if any are trapped as well.
Roll an investigation check.
Yeah.
Lots of investigation in this house.
15.
The nearest door to you has a stylized P on the door handle. It doesn't appear to be trapped, and as far as you can tell by just jiggling the handle without opening it, it doesn't appear to be locked.
And and this one did not have the person crying in the. That's the closet, right?
Yeah,
That's the closet, yeah.
The closet has my shield against it, so.
Any noise coming from the other side?
Not as far as you can hear.
Push the door open.
Okay, in that room, you see a large, lavish bedroom. Comfortable looking, big 4-poster bed, contains a lot of overpriced furniture. It reeks of men's cologne. And looking around, you see there's a few books, not many. A lot of overpriced, expensive furniture, a very expensive alcohol rack, and big fireplace, huge collection of clothes, large standing mirror in one corner. That's what you see in the room. Oh, and hanging on the wall next to the fireplace is a small keyring. 2 keys.
Grab the keyring.
You are now in possession of 2 keyrings.
What's on this one? You said 2 keys. Any colors?
They're plain iron, not the dark black iron, but just regular iron. One is a fairly small key, the other is larger.
Could be cellar. Okay. Nothing else of importance in the room.
Not without searching the room. You search the door, but you're just glancing around the room.
Okay. I mean, I know that they were taking time to go through papers and everything else, so I guess I will take the time to do that as well. If time permits.
Anything particular you're looking for? Or looking at?
No books. Bedside tables, bed area, anything, notes, journals, anything of that sort.
Yeah, go for it. Roll an investigation check and a perception check as well as you get close to the bedside table.
So the investigation. So perception is a 9. The investigation is a 24.
Perception is a 9. Investigation is a 24. You open up the drawer and you're starting to look through it. You see a number of letters, a number of receipts, and like clothing orders. You see a letter containing like measurements for clothing, a lot of I need 3 more vials of cologne. Everything is signed Pavrok. And you're looking through, and as you do, you feel a hand wrap around your ankle. And you look down and you see this skeletally thin arm coming out from underneath the bed that has grabbed your ankle.
And just that's what they hear as I'm in the room. Like, help!
Rushing into the door, into the room, if you rush.
Yeah, I'll run in there.
Sure, same. I'll come right here.
You see Emeric pulling away from the bed, and as he steps back, this small, frail figure, dressed as a maid, is sort of pulled out of the bed, and it gets about 2 feet away, and as you hear a chain clank, and it stops moving and releases your leg, and it just sort of stays there lying chained underneath the bed as it
Construct? Or...
It does seem to be a construct.
It's can I look into its eyes? Because sorry, how does this one look? You said it's skinny and frail. Does it look to be human?
Skinny, frail. It looks like it was mostly made out of one singular body, but parts of that body are missing and replaced with porcelain, like a doll. And as you look, one of the eyes is white and clouded over, and the other is like a glass eye.
Oh, okay.
It just sort of lays there on the ground, sort of weakly struggling.
All right, so 2 things. First, I really want to know what's going on here, but 2, are we sure this is worth the extra credit? Because this seems like a lot.
I was questioning that too. In the beginning, I thought the professor might have been the one behind the our deceased professor's death, but I'm not so sure if he is or isn't now. Like, this does seem to be too much work, but then again, I feel like there's more to this family than meets the eye. Lost family, making constructs. The construct downstairs, I'm not sure if it's a motherly replacement because of the cooking, or that's just more of a tester, but there is more to here than meets the eye. Do we want to open up the closet? I don't know, because here this thing is chained. We can move around it.
There's also 2 more doors.
There's still that door I wasn't able to unlock yet.
Did we
I can
find
go
any
check that
keys
one.
or
I
anything
pulled
else?
up the 2 key rings.
Oh, well, that makes it much easier.
So we
Possibly.
can test that.
I think it might be one of these silver ones.
Are there any markings on the keys that match the markings on the door?
The gold key has a stylized V that matches the door handle.
That's Vahilda's.
Yeah. Because I'm thinking these iron ones are for outside.
Yeah. Question. From my knowledge, so constructs, they can be made with human bodies, but how do you keep them preserved in a sense? I know it's through magic that non-biological objects are able to kind of sustain themselves, but with a human body, how does that work?
Usually,
So do I know this actually? That's my
Hmm.
question.
yeah. I'm going to ask for an Arcana or History check.
Gonna go with the Arcana. Also, if I'm abusing guidance, let me know.
Yeah, you can use guidance. You can take the time.
Okay. Oh, geez. That guidance is definitely useful. A 7.
7. You don't recall exactly what powers them, but something would have to be done to keep them active, unless it's a very advanced construct.
For this construct that we see, the only... So the porcelain is one hand, or like an
It's
ligament of that?
from like the elbow down on
Okay.
its left arm, and
And
then the part of the skull is replaced with porcelain.
okay, part of the skull. So almost like the top, or is it more like the jaw?
Like the crown of the head, like that circular part right there.
Okay. Also, I forgot to ask, how long ago was the brain stolen?
You know that the professor died late last week.
And
So
approximately.
it's been maybe 4 days since she died.
Okay. 4 days since she died. And to construct a golem, not a golem, a construct. From what I know, how long would it take, let's say, for a ritual and or an elemental to be imbued within a construct and for it to be quote unquote operational?
With that role, it would depend on the skill of the person creating it.
So I would assume the Hilda is quite skilled. So I'm gonna call out the professor's name towards the construct here and see if it responds.
Do you remember the professor's name?
We'll have to see. Straight intelligence or history?
No, I just wanted to know if you,
Yeah, if you wrote
Jamie,
down.
remembered the name.
I don't.
It's Jerome Cadell.
So I call out Jerome Cadell.
No
Yeah.
reaction.
Okay.
And the dead professor is Celine Dramar.
Oh no, I meant Celine Dramar. That's who I wanted to say. Celine
Gotcha.
Dramar.
Also no reaction.
Okay. So I state my hypothesis to the rest of the group about how it's possible that because of last week, there's a chance that the construct that we may encounter may have Celine's brain in them in the human body.
That is highly likely.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if they just needed any brain, why would they go after
They
the
don't need any
professor?
brain.
There's
It
They
might be a way to preserve the brain by putting it within a construct.
I
well,
don't think they just.
why the professors though?
I pull out the book and the notes and everything else, and I'm like, because they might want her help.
Oh, that
It's
makes
strange
more
though,
sense.
yeah. So the reason why they probably couldn't go to her at the beginning is because what they want to do is either bring back their lost family members or something else, and it might be illegal. And because of her connections, it might be impossible for her to help them, and that's possibly why they murdered her, so that way they could steal her brain and either preserve it in a construct and then be able to extract the information later. I'm not sure how that works, but yeah, that is my hypothesis.
There is possibly someone we could talk to about that.
Yeah.
You said there was you heard singing from the other
The closet?
closet.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to go over to the closet, which not opening it. Just going to go over there.
Mhm.
I'm going to
Follow.
knock once, just slightly, and you said the names of the children were Mavius,
Mazius,
Pavrock,
Pavrock, and Vahilda.
Vahilda.
And we know Vahilda's
Right.
more
so I'm
than
gonna knock
likely.
and go
Yes. So that could either
Mavius.
be Yeah, it's Mavius, most likely.
The singing stops. And you hear, Mavius, 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 Mavius.
I think I found a kid.
We don't know if that kid is a kid or what.
Well,
I do
wait.
want to.
Mavius and Pavrock would be much older now. This is the voice of a child, correct?
It is the voice of a child.
Uh,
Could you roll a intelligence check, a investigation or a history or something like that?
all of us or just
Just Emeric.
Okay.
I'll do investigation, sure. 23.
Nice.
23. Very good. You, as you think of that, recall the portraits that Milo pointed out on the piano. There were, in the earliest portraits, two boys, twin boys, who were babies, and then when they were about 4 years old, there was two boys and a baby girl. And those portraits continued up until about 13. And after 13, there was one boy and one girl. And then the rest of the portraits were a young man and a young girl. So one of those two boys was not in any portrait after the age of 13. And neither was the woman that you assume to be their mother.
We've opened the door with a stylized P. We haven't opened the door with a stylized V. The door at the end has a stylized M, I'm assuming.
It does.
Lock?
You can try it.
Traps?
You can check.
Alright.
Investigation check.
Yeah.
While he's doing that, can I also just do I guess a
7.
Continue.
investigation of this substitute room for Vahilda? Because there's a missing manual. I want to check either drawers or floorboards to see if she's hidden it somewhere.
Yeah, go ahead. The room has been pretty thoroughly searched by Emeric, but feel free. Emeric, that door doesn't look trapped or locked as far as you can tell.
Should open. Open. No.
Sorry. So, investigation. Oh, Jesus.
What'd you get?
7 for investigation.
As far as you can tell, Emeric is dead on. Everything is exactly as he said. You checked all of the books. It's missing.
Oh, for the books, actually, that I forgot about that. Because it mentions, each one mentions the manual. For the specific name and title, can I go to the reference of a couple books that mention it? I've seen mention it, and
The title is The Manual of Constructs.
who's the author by?
Unknown or anonymous, sometimes cited. Sometimes it's been cited as anonymous, sometimes it's cited as unknown, and very, very rarely it's cited as practitioner of dark arts.
Dang it. I'm trying to think maybe it's coded message, but it's not. Or coded history. Okay. I mean, that's the best I can do. I'm gonna go to the closet. Actually, no, there's another door that we haven't opened, right? Where
Well,
is it?
Emeric just opened the door to Mazius's room.
Yeah.
It is a small bedroom that looks like it's decorated for a child. There are toys everywhere, a small single bed in the corner, and a chest of drawers over in one corner. You see a tucked in small figure in the bed.
Does this look like a room that hasn't been lived in many years?
It
Out,
is
outside of the person or whatever that is in the bed.
first glance, it looks clean. There's no cobwebs or dust anywhere that you can tell. And there's toys scattered across the floor.
Okay. Got a child's bedroom. And what seems to be a child in a bed.
Is this what you're telling us?
Yep.
Is the child moving?
Is the child breathing?
Not from the doorway, you can't tell.
Oh, he can't tell?
I can't tell from the doorway.
Not without entering the room and getting a little closer.
I move past Milo and stand beside Emeric, and hopefully with my skills in medicine and being a life cleric, I can see from here.
I will give up the spot that's at the door.
Roll,
Yeah.
let's say, a perception check with advantage.
So I got a 3 and a 13. And with advantage, no, plus my bonus, it is 5, so 18.
18. The figure is very still, not moving. But you do notice that something is odd about the way it's lying. There's like something jutting out from its side under the blanket.
I'm gonna close the door, inform them of what I saw, and explain to them that we are not touching that until we visit the last room and determine if what is in the closet is either some type of magical construct or some type of magical being. But yeah.
There.
And are you guys opening the last bedroom door?
Oh, there's still 2 doors, right? There's one here and
yeah.
one here.
Yes, there are.
Oh, there are?
The closet, which is what Milo's standing in front of, and then Vahilda's room, which we haven't opened yet.
Where's
Well,
the-
which
So
we
right
have.
in front of where Milo is, there are actually 2 doors there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
They're both 2 small. They look like closet doors.
So there's
Yeah.
one there, one there, one there, and then one here. So that's 4 doors overall. 2 closet, 2 rooms. Is that correct?
Doors that you haven't opened yet.
Yeah, that's
there are 3 doors that you haven't opened yet. 2
Yeah,
closets, one
There's
room.
2 closets on this side and a room on this side.
Oh, okay. Okay, better idea now. Great.
Do we have a key to this room here?
Yes.
You
All right,
have
I'll
a-
let you do that one.
Can he toss you the key?
You can.
I tossed my
I'll
little.
let him. Jeez. All right. All right.
I mean, I've seen
Okay.
you do mage hand before.
I'm just gonna open the door and see what's in there.
Standing back, you use your mage hand to unlock the door and open it. Nothing immediately happens. And you see a fairly well-off bedroom, which is room number 8. That's all right. The furniture is dark and somewhat drab, but there is a vase of pink flowers in the corner. Standing on a nightstand, you see a large bed with a chest at the foot of the bed and a small writing desk that has no papers or anything, but a few pieces of jewelry and some perfume bottles. The room itself smells slightly perfumed and flowery, and the shutters are drawn shut on the windows.
I'm going to take a few steps into the room.
As soon as you step into the room, the chest at the foot of the bed starts moving slightly, and you hear
And a few steps back out. Okay, so there's something in a chest in there.
Okay.
And
Lots of moaning.
Could you make an investigation check for me, Milo?
Yep. $17.
17. You deduce, as you listen to that moaning, that doesn't exactly sound right. Something is off about that. And not off about that in the way normal moaning coming from a chest is off.
Okay. So there's something in there. Not sure what it is, but it doesn't. It's not the same moaning as the mud guy or the sous
Chef.
chef downstairs. It's something else.
Is it? So this door is locked, right?
Which door is that?
So like the door Milo's in front of.
No, it's open. I went in, I unlocked it and went in there.
Milo used the gold key to unlock the door and opened it up.
Wait, the gold key was the one with the V on it, right?
It is.
Yeah.
And there's also a V on the door handle.
So that means that was Hilda's room.
So you have like life sensing things. Can you life sense what's in that chest?
I don't technically have a life sense. I don't believe I do. I can attempt to commune with my god, hopefully, and determine.
You can also roll an investigation check with advantage because Milo is helping you out, we'll say.
Just peek in there and see if that's living or living.
Is the where's the chest exactly, so I can avoid it and not get.
Right there.
At the
Okay.
foot of the bed.
So I will just stand here. Okay. And then investigation. Wait, if I'm determining its life, would that be more so a medicine check? If it's a alive?
Not without seeing what's inside the chest.
Okay. 10. 13.
And that's with advantage.
Oh, I forgot about advantage. Hold on. Let me do that again. The 3 will still apply to the, Actually, will the 3 apply to that one, or will it apply to the highest one?
Yeah, that would apply to the highest one.
Okay. So, 15, and with the 3 it's
That
8.
3 is from guidance, I assume.
Yeah, the 3 is from guidance.
You step in and you hear the same thing Milo picked up on, but Milo couldn't quite detect what it was that was off about it. But now, Milo, listening for a second time, as you step into the room, you hear a and it's the exact same sound repeating itself. Exactly the same, in the exact same way. It is an illusion.
Oh, wait, so is Milo? Wait, so who determined
You both determine at the same time.
Oh.
That's not. That's like a. I can do that too. That's a minor illusion.
Can we?
That's just a repeating sound.
So if it's an illusion, is it the same as almost being charmed in a sense because it's deceiving you, or no?
No, it is. It is just a sound that is repeating itself. It seems to be every time somebody steps into this room, the chest shakes and the sound goes off.
It's like this, and I'll use minor illusion to say, "Hey, over here," across the room, and just have it repeat, "Hey, over here. Hey, over here. Hey, over here," and then done.
We've determined it's an illusion. Are we able to break the illusion on us?
It doesn't.
It's not really effective. We can just open the chest.
You
and
now
walk
know
past
that
it.
it's fake.
Yeah, we just go open the chest. So, go do it.
The chest has 3 tiny silver keyholes.
Do we have silver? Actually, I'm gonna.
You have the keyring.
Yeah.
All right. Are there any?
Yeah.
There are 3
matching-
silver keys. Yep.
I'm gonna
Hold on,
unlock the
before you do
chest.
Wait, though. I was gonna grab my shield and run over, just in case.
Okay, ready?
Yes.
And I open the chest.
Without checking for traps, you
Nope. Just open it.
confidently reach forward and open this trap, and that's when you find several wine boxes that look like the type of wooden box that holds bottles of wine. There's electrical diodes, like thin wires, that go from each of them, connecting all 5 of these boxes together. There's a few other random things, clothing and a couple of empty books, a pair of shoes. Could you roll an investigation check for me?
I'm gonna go.
Ugh, 10.
The wooden boxes are really what catches your attention.
Does anyone know anything about wiring? Because I got nothing. There's some boxes and there's some wires in them, and
The boxes
I-
are not locked.
don't know what any of this stuff is.
No.
Step over and take a look at it. Being trained in magic, like that is what I study. Anything that sort of was like anything that would make me trigger think that.
Roll an Arcana check for me.
Sure. $21.
21. It looks like you know that these thin wires are used to conduct electricity and lightning magic specifically. something is connecting whatever is inside of these boxes and sharing lightning, trapped lightning between them.
It's
Does
almost like a
Emeric... Oh, sorry, say what you were gonna say?
sorry. It's almost like a storage device, a battery, or some type of conductor.
So, just to clarify, in this world, we kind of do know what these objects are, like a battery and a...
Yeah,
Okay.
you've come across you. It's not like a computer, but you know that when you put an acid like vinegar in a pot with copper and iron, you can produce lightning.
Okay.
Is there
So-
anything in the notes that would have indicated, like we had sifted through notes, both I and myself?
Without opening the box, I mean, all you're seeing is wires running into a wooden box.
But anything that would speak to like needing a container that would store electricity.
Some types of constructs are powered by lightning.
I was gonna say, what if that's how it's sustained in a sense?
Yeah.
Especially, like, brains are basically run through electrical stimulation, and what if that's one means to keep it alive, in a sense, without, maybe with blood still, too? So that's what's just going through my head, because we didn't see the bottom of the construct in this room. But what if through the ankle and the chain, that's how it's powering and keeping it alive?
Possible.
And if it's small amounts, it's not necessarily causing it harm, but just enough to kind of like, almost like a heartbeat. A heart beats, and as long as it's pumping blood, the brain can survive. And with electrical stimulation,
So, what's our goal here? Are we going to try to disconnect the brain, or if it's in there, or do we want to take the whole thing somewhere else? Do we want to keep the brain? If the brain is in there, do we want to keep the brain alive?
that's if we even know there's a brain inside. Like, again,
Yeah.
constructs aren't.
I
Contracts are just sets of multiple instructions.
What if she hadn't had time to construct a construct for the brain, and this is like just a storage for the brain until it's ready for the body?
That's what it could be, but there's also the fact that the other brother, we don't know which one's alive, is gone, and we have whoever's in the closet. Yeah. Also, is there any papers in here by chance?
Glancing around without searching, there's a couple of papers in the chest.
I'm gonna pull out the papers and read them over.
And roll an investigation check for me.
16.
16. Most of the papers look pretty run-of-the-mill. Notes to self, a half a letter. As you go to pick up one piece of paper, you realize it's trapped under a piece of wood. And you realize there's a false bottom to this chest. And you move some of the stuff aside, and you pull the hidden compartment out. You find a thick tome that looks ancient, and it looks like it's written on vellum with a large iron lock on the front of, or not iron, sorry, a large gold lock on the front of the book.
I pick it up and I read the cover and the spine.
The language is written in very ancient dialect of Draconic, which you speak because you're Dragonborn. and it says basically steps to create power and eternal life.
This might be our manual that we are missing. It does have a lock on it. Does it match any of the keys that we came across?
I hold up my keys. Any of these?
Doesn't seem to. It's a gold lock, but the gold key doesn't seem to fit it.
I
I'm
could
gonna
attempt
hand
to
Yeah.
pick the lock.
Also, because of like the magical properties and the fact that it was hidden, is there a way for us to determine if the book is trapped in the sense that, or like the lock is trapped magically?
Magically trapped. Yeah, roll an Arcana check.
Okay. If anyone else has better Arcana,
I can.
let me know.
Oh,
I mean, you could still also do it too.
I could try. Yeah. If
I am not really trained in that.
Let me just check the notes that I didn't miss anything. You also find a large black iron key and 2 scrolls.
Iron key scrolls. Okay.
13 for my Arcana check as well.
As far as you can tell, the book doesn't seem to be trapped through any arcane means. But it does. The lock does have tiny scroll work around it that you would recognize as an arcane lock. It is impossible to pick through normal means.
We're gonna need to.
We're
gonna need to dispel the magic on this or something.
Not necessarily. What if the key was also, in a sense, magicked? Like there was an arcane properties that way only these two could interact with each other?
Yeah, the way the arcane lock spell works, you would know that it can only be unlocked through the matching key.
Okay, so
or through another spell like disenchant or knock or something like that.
okay. So it's a gold key.
We'll need to find that key. I have a feeling we know where that key is right now.
I have 2 options. None of them are 3 options. I'm hoping. It's the first one. But other than that, so the boxes, are we gonna touch the boxes inside the chest or no?
Okay, stand back a bit. I'm going to. I have a crowbar in my thieves' kit.
Are you planning to break them?
No, but I'm hoping that this will let us know if it's safe. I'm going to mage hand the crowbar and just kind of drop it on the box and see if it reacts in any way.
I mean, I could also just touch it gently. I have my shield with me in case of anything.
If it's electrified, I don't think holding a metal shield is going to help much in that regard.
That is smart.
That's what you're going for. Gotcha.
Yep.
Yeah, I completely missed that.
Yep. It's a metal crowbar. I don't know much about electricity or conductors because I'm not really that trained, but I'm figured drop it on there and see what happens.
Fair. In the meantime, I'm also going to hand the scrolls to Emeric to see if he can read them and or decipher them, just in case I'm not knowledgeable in whatever in the languages.
You are both spellcasters of some decent ability, and having spent much time in a university surrounded by scrolls and books, you both instantly recognize these as spell scrolls.
What
depending.
Oh.
Opening them up, you see one is a spell scroll of mending, and the other is a spell scroll of cure wounds. Level 2.
Oh, great.
Ending. Interesting.
Do you want to hold on to them, or should I hold on to them?
I'll give you the one for fixing people up. I'll take this one.
Okay, so I'll hold on to Cure Wounds then.
Milo, you mage hand the crowbar over and drop it, and it hits. For a moment, nothing happens, and then you hear a. Sounds like scratching against wood
From inside the box.
from inside the box.
Oh, I don't like that.
Wait, scratching? From
The 4 boxes that you didn't drop something on, also you hear shuffling sounds and movement from 4 of them.
Yep.
So before we continue, should we test if they're not test, but should we determine if there's magical properties or magical beings within these boxes? And maybe
Can
the
you do that?
I do not have any divine sense.
Do you have detect magic?
I do not have that within my spells either.
Do you have identify?
No. That's not also in my spell list.
Do you have detect good and evil?
No, that was not part of my list. I did not anticipate having to detect good and evil. Can I pray to my god?
I mean, you can always pray to your god. Yeah, roll a religion check.
Okay. Let's hope my god hears me.
Tell me a bit about your god. Who do you worship?
I worship a dragon deity. This one is more about creation and sustaining of life. They're against the desecration. So for them, life and death are one and the same. So when things end. They do not like anything being manipulated in a sense. So in this case with constructs, they're not mad. I do not feel them. I do not feel their wrath or their anger. But I could almost sense that there maybe is there's a curiosity from them going on.
Stop mad, just disappointed.
Well, technically, they're not. No one's in a sense raising the dead or controlling it. They're just manipulating dead bodies. So that's why. Like, if this, it's more the soul for them in a sense.
Gotcha. What did you roll?
Oh, I haven't rolled yet. I'm throwing in a. So yeah, throwing that in. 14, but still gonna throw in that a 16. So let's see if the gods hear me.
16. You get a sense of encouragement that you're doing the right thing, that you have your god's aid, and that you will be protected as much as you can be. But you also get a sense of disappointment and a sense that you are in the wrong place.
Okay. So either my god is telling me, and this is I'm speaking this to the group, that we should have chased after the Hilda, or that we need to be going downstairs. That's the disappointment, but she knows as we're doing the right thing, which just may be the overarching of us investigating.
I mean, we'd still have whatever's in the cellar here.
And in the closet. Okay. As much as I do not want to disrupt the dead, I suggest we check into M's room and see what is going on. I noticed there was jutting out of the body, and I'm going to hope and pray that that is just a key to the book. For these boxes, the wires are going through them, right?
The wires are entering through a hole in the base of each of the boxes, and the top has like a sliding lid on it. The boxes are each meant to hold a bottle of wine, so they're the same height as they are the width, and they're long.
Okay.
So given
they're-
the scratching, I'm thinking these are like arms, right? That's what we're thinking here.
One of them is scratching, one of them is shuffling,
Mhm.
another is tapping.
Can elementals... And elementals don't have sentience, right?
They have limited sentience.
Okay. But they also don't have physical bodies. Because I was going to say, what if it is lightning elementals? That possibly, because it's wires, they could be being used for their electricity in a way that kind of drains them of their power, but not enough to kill them. That's my hypothesis.
I just thought they were shocking some body parts.
But it could be, but I wouldn't know why they would need to be shocked, though. Plus, if there were body parts, wouldn't there be blood?
Not if it's dead. Like, we saw a whole bunch of people parts back there. So what if this is just like some hands and feet and stuff shoved into boxes?
Wouldn't there be a smell, though? Because the electrical currents wouldn't keep it sustained. It would just keep the nerves intact enough to move. Not really anything to do with the muscles.
Well, there's a lot of perfume in this room, so that could be masking the smell.
That could be.
Because this room reeks of old lady.
What if this was the mom's room and the perfume is also meant as a means to remind them of their mom? I mean, it could be both. I'm gonna open a box and see what's inside.
As you slide open the lid of the box, you see a long glass bottle filled with a liquid of some kind, clear translucent liquid, slightly amber. The wire is going into the stopper and connected to half a face. And as you open the bottle, the eye rolls towards you, towards the light, and you see the mouth is moving.
Do I recognize the face or no?
Don't recognize the face.
So I
It's
grip it.
a older, middle-aged man, just a little bit of white hair and a white mustache. Not unattractive, but stern-looking.
This might be their father. I open the rest of the boxes.
One of the boxes contains a hand with a large signet ring that has a D, and that hand is like moving, trying to move. There is a foot. You see a heart that's beating, and you see one has a human heart, half a head, and two hands. The final one has a glass bottle that seems full of lightning. That's sort of, those little globes that do the little swirly thing, and when you touch it, your hair stands up?
Yeah.
It's one of those.
Is it connected to the rest of the bottles?
That's where the source of all the wires are coming from.
So
Hey, we're both right. Cool.
Hey.
Also, this is gross.
As you
Yep.
watch, the mouth continues to move.
Can anyone read lips?
I'm going to attempt to read lips.
Roll an insight check
Okay. No,
with advantage because everyone's trying to figure it out.
throwing that in. Just so everyone can see. And... Oh, so I did not realize a third one. There was a third one. I didn't hear it. Okay, so wait, 25.
You got a nat 20.
And we'll
Nat
also,
20.
if anyone else would like to, I can also use the guidance on them for something else.
Nat 20. You know, like without the shadow of a doubt, this mouth is saying "kill me" over and over and over again.
So, this is where the guidance of the gods could come in.
You can take a dagger and cut the wire going to the head.
You cut the wire going to the head, and
With your dagger with an electrical current?
It has a handle, a wrapped handle on it. It has a good handle thing.
Okay then.
the face spasms for a moment and then goes slack as the eye rolls into the back of the bottle.
That was part mercy and also part I didn't like that. That was so gross.
Do I feel anything from my gods by chance?
Not particularly. You
Okay.
feel her presence.
So, but no curiosity, no rage.
No overt emotion.
Okay, because this is definitely a violation in my terms of the clergy and my
And
god.
a violation of wine.
Technically, it's not wine that preserved it; it's just wine bottles.
Still,
Don't know how
bad
to
vintage.
Very bad. Yeah, actually, no. As someone who enjoys food too, that's not okay.
What
Use
about the
We'll
Sparky
keep
boy?
We'll keep everything there as evidence.
Everything else continues to, the hands continue to move, the heart continues to pump.
You said that elementals have sentience.
Minor
Limited, about as much as an animal.
Should we leave it in the
Yeah.
bottle? That seems kind of cruel.
It does.
I don't feel right leaving it trapped to power a foot.
Same. So I won't remove it from the jar itself because it may act aggressively towards us since we look
I think we
similar.
bring it back to the school.
Yeah.
They can figure out what to do with something like that.
So we'll take everything with us, minus the body parts, and close the chest. Also, probably lock it as well.
As soon as the lid closes, the locks re-engage. And you collect what you've taken and head back downstairs.
Oh, we're not gonna do
Oh.
the.
You
This
tell
thing?
me?
Are we going to address the? Oh yeah. So first,
Yep.
this thing here, I want to quickly go into this room and get whatever is jutting out from the body.
Yeah, you walk over to the side of the bed and pull the blankets back. There is a long crank with like an old-fashioned hand screw crank.
So, hand crank, as in almost like to generate power or to raise something, like a pulley.
Seems to be like an egg beater that is stuck into the side of this unmoving child-sized white-haired child, going right in between the ribs.
Oh, that's not a sight. So, does
What's
that
in
mean
there? What do you see there?
Nothing you want to hear.
Cool. Cool.
Do you look around the rest of the room?
First, does the body look like a construct or more of a
It
human body?
looks human,
Preserved?
but as you get closer, you see that it's glass entirely encasing this body. It's like a glass mask has been put over the face that's stuck entirely, and there's pivots on the arms and the fingers, the joints. The fingers are actually cut off and reassembled with silver thread and pulleys in each of the joints where everything's supposed to move. And there's little bits of metal, silver work, and clockwork, but for the most part, it's glass over top of flesh.
Milo, you do not want to come in here.
Okay, not going in there.
I'm going to investigate. I can't even. From my previous experiences out and about in the world, maybe even through academics, do I detect any bloodlust or anger towards me from this
There's
amalgamation of construct?
no movement from this construct at all. There's no action, activity, intent.
All right. Then I will go about investigating the hell out of this room. Pretty sure bad reference of wording, but yeah.
There's a small toy chest at the head of the bed, a small writing desk that doesn't have any drawers. It's just like a small, almost table. Chest of drawers and a cabinet. Looking through things, you see mostly it's childlike objects, although the chest at the head of the bed. What did you get for an insight check?
Oh, I didn't do insight. I did investigation for 14.
Investigation 14.
Plus a 3 from guidance. Because, yeah, no, I'm not... This is freaking me out.
One thing you notice is on the chest of drawers, there's an iron key on a small leather thong. Or a large iron key on a small leather thong. And the chest, as you open it, contains a baby blanket and some baby clothes, but as you pull them aside, you see a large sack of gold coins. Maybe a couple thousand gold coins without really digging through it. A bundle of 3 scrolls, and a adamantine rod with a glowing skull, or a crystalline skull that reflects the light.
So I informed the group of what I found. So 3 scrolls, 1,000 gold or so, and crystal skull rod. And also the large iron key.
Large iron key, yeah. Iron.
Black iron. Okay, so I was okay.
It looks almost identical to the iron key that is on the other 2 keychains.
Okay. So I will grab it. I'll grab everything else. I'll tell them about the gold and put it into my bag. And the scrolls. So I will reach out. So I'll move out to here, close the door behind me, and tell them what's on the scrolls.
The first scroll is a scroll of mending.
Hi, Mom. Sorry, let me mute myself.
And the second scroll is a scroll of heal.
Oh, wow. Okay.
It's a powerful spell that you, at least you, I'm blanking on names. Cleric, Aya. It is a spell that you will eventually be capable of casting. If you were to attempt to cast it now, you would have to roll a spell casting check to see if you can cast the spell that is well above your current ability.
So we found 4 scrolls so far.
5. There's a 5th. You said 2 and
Yes.
there's a 3rd scroll, right? Yeah.
So we've had 5 scrolls technically: mending,
Right.
cure wounds, another mending, heal, and what was the last one?
And the last one is Cure Wounds.
Which
Okay,
level
so-
cure wounds?
This is level 1.
Alright, so level 1, level 2 cure wounds.
So we found a lot of things to fix and heal here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Are they mending body parts, like mending materials into body parts and then healing them?
That's
Mm-hmm.
not
It's
really what that spell's designed to do.
I don't think any of this is what's designed to happen here.
I almost feel like
have-
these are 2 separate things.
What if they're
Like-
being casted at the same time? Because
Like,
since these are
what if they're
scrolls-
like mending?
So like with the construct in here that was porcelain and human flesh, if they casted both at the same time, and since for spell scrolls it just has to have, let's say, energy flow through with them, or is it more like they need to be spoken out in a sense?
You have to
How do you
Go
spell?
ahead.
speak the incantation.
So that means it would take 2 people to work them.
If you were to cast 2 spell scrolls at the same time, it would take 2 different people to cast them simultaneously.
Okay.
Anyone who has the ability to cast that spell can cast the spell with, or has the class ability to cast the spell, can cast the spell with the spell scroll. Anyone who doesn't, but has the ability to cast a spell, can make an Arcana check or a spell casting check to try and cast the spell that is outside of their ability.
Okay. These are both within my abilities, so I can cast them. I'll hold on to, I guess.
Well, that other one
Heal-
wasn't.
Heal is a 6th level spell.
Oh, Jesus, that is a lot of healing.
Yes, you automatically regain 70 hit points. It also ends blindness, deafness, and any disease.
Oh my gosh.
The spell has no effect on constructs or undead.
Would it have an? Okay, so all right, you guys, you're better at the healing magics. I don't really do that thing. Would they don't work on like artificial things, right? Right.
Yeah.
So if they were part artificial and part organic, would it do anything?
Yes. Because if we're talking about it specifically, it's like cure wounds cures wounds. So it's specific areas that are damaged. Mending is the same way that you would
So-
fix.
Roll an Arcana check for me,
And
or a medicine check, with
I also
assistance if,
try to-
or you could each roll your own.
I have would you like me to roll? I have
I'll roll an Arcana on it as
Okay.
well, with regards to golems or to constructs. A dirty 20 for the Arcana.
an 11 for the medicine.
Your healing spells, have no effect on creatures that are not technically alive. So undead and constructs can't be healed through things like Healing Word and Cure Wounds,
Even if they're composed of flesh.
even if they're composed of flesh, because once the life has left it, it's not a living creature anymore.
I don't.
Because all those Cure Wound spells do is they speed up the body's natural healing process.
Yeah.
So,
I don't think the cure wounds in that spell there were necessarily designed for these things.
I think they were.
I think these happened after those spells failed to keep the people that they were trying to keep alive.
But-
Emeric, you do know that the mending spell does work
constructs.
on constructs.
Yeah.
And it
And
has
that-
a very similar effect to Cure Wounds.
And that's when they
So-
started using these.
So what if the body is alive, but in a sense there's no quote unquote soul? So a human body that is still pumping blood through it is still, in a sense, alive, even if it is considered a construct because of its lack of soul.
It is the soul that fuels the healing through that spell. Without a soul, there's no healing.
Construct. Okay. So many would work on constructs, living. So mending does work on human flesh then, as long as there's no soul.
No, mending doesn't.
Oh,
So
mending will
these-
work on constructs.
Yeah, half of the spells are here for healing constructs, and the other half of the spells are for healing living creatures.
Which means the body that we found in here, cure wounds could still affect because it was still alive through the elemental and electrical impulses going through the.
It would take a lot more than Cure Wounds.
Okay.
Maybe the heal spell.
I have. I
I
don't
Something
know if
stronger?
that's. I
More
don't think that
of
thing's
restore
alive.
life.
Yeah, I don't think
Okay.
that thing is alive.
Okay, but what we
I
have here is a lot of evidence about what they're doing here.
Yeah.
They're trying. I mean, the book says it all. They're trying to make themselves immortal, in some way.
Either they're making themselves immortal or they're trying to bring back the dead,
Something.
specifically, as it was.
Okay, so are we going to check the closet now, or are we heading to the cellar?
Closet, open it up, see what it is. But we've called out. Whose name have we called out?
I
Mavius.
called out
Mavius.
Mavius. Mavius?
Yeah, maybe I think it was Mavius. So
Maybe.
Mavius we've called out. Let's call out the other name, the other brother, because I feel like that.
Pavrock? And I knock
Pavrock.
again and say, Pavrock?
Pavrock, Pavrock, Pavrock.
Okay, it's just repeating me now. I don't think it's
Hilda?
actually.
Fo Hilda, Fo Hilda, Fo Hilda.
Okay. So that's
Anyway.
super creepy.
Are we able to cast Arcane Lock and trap this thing in here as evidence?
Okay. You can cast Arcane Lock?
No, I was
can't
asking.
cast
Anyone,
Arcane.
I was
I
asking if
don't have
anyone else
Arcane
can.
I can't. I mean,
Nope.
I can attempt to lock the door, but there's no lock on the door. It's just a
How does a
closet.
door
Right
open?
now, it opens outward. Right now,
Okay.
you've just like shoved a candle holder or something underneath the door frame.
There is because if I look at the map, and I don't know if the map is completely accurate, there looks like a dresser or some type of large
Yeah, like
piece
a
of furniture
table or
across.
something.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can shove the heavy furniture in front of the door.
I kind of think we should leave whatever this is intact in there.
Yeah.
We'll
because
just say
if better people than us are going to investigate this after, they might know what to do with creepy voice thing.
I will just say, if this is a child of some type that's been traumatized,
Called out all three.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, we call out all three of their names. I'm gonna do maybe A religion check, maybe commune with my god to see what this being is, if possible, or at least determine its
Mm. I'm
danger.
gonna say,
I can.
I mean, we're like bordering on 4 hours that we've been playing.
Yeah.
I will point that out.
I think we should
You-
leave this here and check out the
you-
cellar.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
think this is probably another construct. You, without seeing it, don't really get a sense of how dangerous or benign it could be. If you want to open the door, that's a different story.
Even if it's a child that's like lost its mind in there, we're only here for a couple, like an hour or two at most, before we take what we got and go find someone to properly deal with this.
I mean, we have been
If it's a
up
kid,
here.
they'll be fine for an hour or two.
Yeah, we have been up here for a good period of time.
Yeah.
And it hasn't
So
tried
much
to open
so
the
that
door
it has. Exactly.
either.
I
I think we check
don't
the
think
cellar.
it's a threat.
Plus, I'm not gonna lie. If we heard scritching and we also heard voices, either we find what we found in that chest, or we find something worse.
Yeah.
I'm not up for that.
No, I think cellar.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm gonna move that chest drawer here or whatever that is in front of here.
Yep.
So yeah, you and Emeric block the closet and make your way outside the house to the chest, to the entrance to the cellar.
The time that we spent upstairs, I know we were investigating everything else. Do you consider that a short rest?
I mean, it's been like 2 hours, and you haven't done any real fighting since the clay creature was thing. So sure, short rest.
Perfect. I will use Arcane Recovery.
And do I have to check what I get back after a short rest?
You get your dragon breath, which you didn't use.
Oh, I don't have dragon breath.
Oh right, because you are only half dragon.
Yeah, so I have the racial traits of a
Racial traits of an elf.
Yeah.
Yes.
so I can see in the dark, yay. And I don't get to be charmed. So this is the basement? Or cellar?
You head down into the cellar. The door is locked, but it's no problem to pick it. There's nothing specifically
Hey, I did it, guys.
difficult about that.
I got one.
It's a dirty, dusty basement cellar, and you see two adjoining desks. One of them has a large P carved into the side of it, and the other has an M roughly scrawled into the side of it. There's some knickknacks and trinkets scattered about, a few toys on the desk to the left. And the desk to the right has a ghoulish assortment of objects. You see an eye in a glass vial that's just sort of, like unerringly following you as you move. The air, like you move like this, and the eye sort of floats level and follows you through the room. You see a straw doll stuffed full of pins, and a small sculpture that looks like a humanoid figure made out of wax that's only about like 3 inches tall.
Does the wax figure have any likeness to any of the siblings we've come across?
No, it's like only the vague outline, just the hints of an eyes and a mouth. It kind of looks like the clay creature upstairs. That's roughly head and shoulders and arms shaped.
I am going to investigate well, I guess maybe not investigate, but I guess look at without touching.
Yeah, search the whole room.
I was gonna mainly focus on that because if it's possible, you know what? My theory might be wrong. I was gonna suggest that that might be in a sense a arcane, not focus, but a ritual focus in a sense. So by shaping out the construct that they made, using whatever liquid is up there, it kind of forms it. Again, I'm not sure if that makes sense, even considering what I know.
It tracks with what you know about constructs, that this is either something that allows someone to control the construct or potentially was used in the creation of the construct. That tracks. It makes sense.
Is there any loose cloth or towels or anything like that around here? Like a
blanket or
yeah.
There's a long white jacket with large pockets.
Okay. I'm going to take the jacket and put it over top of the jar with the eye in it.
Feel better?
Much better. I do not like that looking at me. I'm also going to go through the pockets of the jacket.
You find a small book that seems like travel-sized. The title is How to Grave Rob and Get Away with It.
Well, there we go.
I mean, another piece of evidence, but damn.
Who writes these books?
Thieves?
Very,
No
very
offense.
on the nose.
Like, grave robbers. Who
Yeah,
published
but-
it? Who published it? That is the real question.
That is...
How many editions?
Doesn't seem to have an edition, and as you turn onto the inner cover, it says, published by Wouldn't You Like to Know?
Of course. Of
Yeah.
course.
Has anyone rolled an investigation check?
Not
no.
yet.
Gonna do so now then. Would anyone like some guidance before they roll?
I already did. So I got an 11. But if you guys want,
Gonna throw that in. Definitely needed that. An 8 for investigation. Ooh, should
Again,
have that.
I am supposed to be good at investigating, and I got an 8.
11, 8, and 8. This room is 20 feet by 20 feet, and it seems to make up the entirety of the cellar. There's nothing else in here aside from knickknacks and vials. Yeah, there's 4 keys in one of the drawers.
Do any of them match the lock on the book?
None of them match the lock in the book. One of them seems to be broken. The teeth are actually broken right off of it. It's just the stem of the lock.
I pick it up and I just check for anything suspicious, arcane writing.
It
Maybe
is a large. I'm using your passive. It is a large iron key that the remaining parts of it look very similar to the 3 black iron keys that you have already.
And the other
I
keys.
want to try something weird.
Let's
Okay.
hear it.
Can I see one of those mending scrolls?
Yeah.
Sure.
I'm going to take the broken key and the mending scroll. I do have some I am trained in some arcana, so I'm going to see if I can use the scroll to mend this broken key.
If you would like, I should be able to use mending, right?
Do you have just
I
mending
was going to
keys
say,
for
Rags,
mending?
Milo has the ability to
Okay.
cast the spell on his own.
Yeah, I can
Oh.
cast a spell fine. I just want to know if you have mending on your own, you can do that, but
I wish.
I just want to like
Mhm.
You
mend the key.
read out the spell, and you know that mending is normally a complicated and labor-intensive, time-intensive spell, but all of the work has been done for you on this through this scroll, and in just a few seconds you complete the spell. And this is I will say, not technically the way the mending spell works, but as you complete, are you holding the broken key?
Yeah.
You feel your hand tug forward towards the south wall, and it's pulling you to the south wall.
Okay, either I cast a magnet spell, or the rest of the key is over here.
I think the rest of the key is over here. Where is
I'm
it?
just gonna let it take me. I'm gonna lead and go where the wall is.
You feel it pulling you southward. And then over to the west. And as you do, you feel your hand moving across and right up to something, and you hear the key moves right over a piece of paper, and you hear a rip as the second half of a key pulls through the paper onto the end of the key and fixes itself.
Well, I fixed the key.
And you pull the paper aside that seems to be diagrams of old ships and shipping manifests from 10 years ago. And you see a door has been almost plastered over with paper, but it's just hidden enough that it can be actually accessed through a secret compartment. And there are 4 keyholes in this door.
Well,
We put the rest of the other keys in.
Yeah. Okay, let's unlock a creepy hidden door.
Do they turn automatically, or do we turn them ourselves?
As you put the first key in and turn, it doesn't seem to be able to move at all. And you put the second key in and still doesn't move. The third key, no change. And when you put the fourth key in, you hear all of them click. And you have the ability, if you want, to move the keys in any order, or one at a time, or all at once.
All at once?
So I can kind of use my shield for just in case something kind of shoots out, while you and Emeric stand at the side and turn the keys.
Yeah, we can both use Mage Hand
Mhm.
and
And then-
turn one key. We'll use our hands to turn the other key, and you
Yep.
can stand at front and block anything coming after us.
Okay. Does the door open inward or outward?
It opens away from you.
Okay.
So outward from this room, inward
Okay,
to
so we're gonna
whatever
Mage
is behind
Hand
it.
and use our actual hands
Mhm.
to all 4 keys at once, and jump back.
Yep.
As you turn the keys, you hear a hum. And the door opens. Oh, shit. The door opens to relative darkness, and then a flicker and a glow as this glass sphere in the ceiling begins to glow with lightning and illuminate the room that you see beyond. There are shelves everywhere with body parts. There's lungs. There's a couple of brains over in one corner. You see hands and arms. You see feet. You see hooves. You see wings.
Wait, did you say winds? Oh.
Wings. Scorpion tails.
I'm gonna take a couple steps into the room, shield up, just in case.
I will follow behind.
Nothing seems to move as you enter the room.
Is this a doorway?
Yes, there is a door immediately to your left. Could you make a perception check as you enter this room with all of the various body parts?
Ooh,
Nat 20.
Nice.
Where were you when we were fighting?
you got 2 nat 20s this game, so I think you're fine.
I know, but during battle, it's a lot nicer. Especially with all the damage we took.
You see two jars that have brains. One of them looks, just from the tarnishing on the glass, very old, and the other looks very new. And what catches your eye as you pass it is the word, or the name rather, Dromar.
Is that...
It's the name of the dead professor, Celine Dromar.
Okay. So we found our goal. We have the brain. Doesn't seem to be harmed.
Well, I know aside from being outside of her skull.
I mean, she's already dead, so yeah, possibly.
And the second brain next to it in the older jar is labeled Mother.
Oh, I knew it was a family member. So to go over, the mother's brain is here. The father has passed on, and the body of one of the younger siblings is upstairs in his room and has been misconstrued, in lighter terms, into a construct that has been preserved.
Then there's the servants,
Yep.
porcelain one, the chef, and then whatever is in that closet. I do not like this house.
We are gonna grab the brain, Celine Jamar. Yeah, gonna grab the brain, put it in the bag, and just because we are still technically investigating, I'm gonna check out this door. Actually, no, first I'm going to see if there's anything on the end. I'm gonna knock.
Roll a perception check after you knock.
A 9.
A 9?
Yeah, I knew I should use guidance, but no.
You don't hear anything.
I tell everyone I don't hear anything.
I'm gonna check the door for traps.
Yeah, that'd probably be smart. I'm gonna step aside.
Go
Also,
for
do
it.
I notice if the door opens inward or outwards?
It opens outward.
Okay.
That's an investigation for me.
Yes.
Finally, 19.
19. It does not seem to be trapped as far as you can tell.
Is it locked?
It is not.
Do you want me to be first with the shield in case anything comes at us?
Yeah, you do that.
Okay.
I'll check out Mother Brain.
Okay. So I open the door.
As you open the door, with your shield out, you see a tall human man with shocking white hair that hangs down to his shoulders. His face is crisscrossed with scars, and one of his eyes is a different color from the other. You see there's a large, circular, jagged scar in his neck, like it looks like somebody shoved a bottle into his neck. And on the other side, he has bolts that come out from either side of it. And he's standing there and looks at you and says, "I wondered where the noise was coming from." And I'd like you all to roll initiative as Pavlov welcomes you. Not Pavlov. What's the guy's name? Pavrok.
Rock.
Pavlov is somebody different.
So, before we do engage in initiative, oh god, that's a horrible initiative. -3. Didn't the professor, not the deceased one, the one who informed us, didn't he say that one of the brothers had left?
As far as he's aware.
Yeah.
Now I'm like, oh, what is really going on?
What did everybody get for initiative?
I got
6.
14.
I got a 3.
And I got a 6.
Milo, you see Pavrok standing and taking a step towards Aya. What do you do? Oh, you can't see. Sorry.
Nope.
One sec. It helps when I open the door.
Thank you. I completely forgot.
I am going to ready my crossbow, but I'm not going to shoot just yet. I'm going to wait for a cleaner shot. Basically, I'm waiting for him to get into the doorway so I can get a clean shot of him.
Gotcha. Any movement?
I'm going to step back here. I think I should still get the door frame from there.
Okay. That brings it to his turn, and he will indeed step forward, triggering your readied action.
Cool. Nope. That's a 6.
Well, his first attack was a 10 versus AC to Aya,
Nope.
and his
that is-
second attack is a 17 versus AC.
Yeah, 17 hits.
Total of 13 points of bludgeoning damage.
What?
Not sure if this will affect Aya in any way, but I technically rolled nat 1.
Luckily, we don't use crit fail tables on
You don't use-
one-shots.
Okay, just making sure.
Doubles.
Just didn't want that hitting Aya in the back of the head.
Yeah, and then he's going to step back and beckon you forward with a "Come on!" You can take an opportunity attack if you wish.
I will. I'll use my mace. Sorry, hold on. Yes, Mom?
It wouldn't be Dungeons and Dragons if we didn't get
Of
one of
course,
these
no.
very stereotypical moments.
Of course.
Yep.
You're still
Think-
muted.
I think
8, I'm just gonna turn my camera off, so I'll be right back.
Sure.
I was just about to say, don't turn your camera off.
Oh,
Oh, I forgot.
Oh,
It's the
right.
Twitch.
um,
Emeric, it is your turn, and we'll do the opportunity attack after.
she rolled an 8.
yeah.
She rolled an 8.
Yeah,
so
so-
whiff.
Picking up an item is a free action, right? If it's on a shelf or something like that. Like grabbing something?
Yeah, if it's just sitting on a shelf, it's a free action.
Okay. First thing I'm going to do is, considering what we're facing, I'm going to cast Mage Armor on myself.
Gotcha.
Move up to where Milo was. We already grabbed the professor's brain. I'm going to grab the brain that says Mother.
You have Mother's brain.
I am
And-
going to step back, move within vision of him, and be like, Let us go, or this gets destroyed.
I'm not even going to make you roll. Yeah, when he does that, you see him. Mother! Like the look of panic on his face.
Let us go.
And the panic turns to rage.
Oh, I'm moving back. That was 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Yeah.
My turn. How wonderful. Oh gosh. Okay, so the mace did not do any damage. I cannot cast.
Why can you not cast?
I have two things in my hand, my mace and my shield. And my shield does have my
It's a free object interaction to put away one of those.
Yeah.
Oh. Put away the okay, so we are gonna put away the mace. And not do that.
And you are aware that Emeric is sneaking out the back door behind you.
As I have Mother's brain in my hands.
So, if we all sneak out, we all can safely maybe lock him in somehow, some way.
Also, if we sneak out and we can get to a busy area, maybe we can get guards involved.
This is night.
It is night.
He's
When there are
also
more
a
guards.
giant zombie monster.
Does anyone have the command spell by chance?
No.
Nope.
Sleep?
Oh,
Okay.
yes.
Then I'm going to cast where is it? Inflict wounds.
So you're stepping forward, casting inflict wounds as you touch, and then backing up.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not gonna back up per se. Actually, I just realized I have 8 health.
Do you have a ranged thing?
Bear the Sacred Flame.
The spiritual weapon?
Spiritual. Unfortunately, no, because I used one other spell at the 2nd level. Was it Inflict Wounds? No, it wasn't Inflict Wounds.
Cure wounds?
No, not Cure. What did I use at the 2nd level as well?
I'm not sure.
I don't remember using a 2nd level spell.
Virtual weapon, and then
Yeah,
I'm looking at. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong character sheet.
so I didn't do Prayer of Healing, Lesser Restoration, Find Trap, Aid. Neither of my 1st level spells.
Yeah, it looks to me like you still have one spell slot. You've used one of 2.
I unselected it because I know I didn't use another one. So I can. So I'll use. So I will use Spiritual Weapon. And I can use a, what do you call it? A cantrip as a action still, right?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll use Spiritual Weapon. And I will place it here. Yeah, I'll place it there. And then I'm going to cast Sacred Flame.
Gotcha.
So just to kind of keep him there.
So roll your 2 attacks.
So for sorry. So
Go ahead.
Sacred Flame is a Dex save of 13, and then I rolled a 10 for Spiritual Weapon.
10 10 succeeds, and it fails its dexterity saving throw.
Nice.
Okay, so that means it takes 4 force damage and 7 radiant damage.
Four and 7. You see it take the impact of the scythe, and the radiant damage as the sacred flame smashes into it. It looks at you and goes, "I liked that shirt." And you see the shirt is singed from the radiant, but the body seems to be almost unharmed.
Okay then. A little worried.
Anything else? Any movement?
No. I'm gonna call out to Milo to grab the second level, either second level or first level, Cure Wounds, and to hand it to me after.
I believe they're both on your person.
Yeah, I thought you had.
You have the cure wounds.
But
You
isn't
have
it
all
an
the
action-
healing spells.
Yeah, but isn't it an action for me to take it?
It's an action to use it, yes.
Okay, so I can use it regardless. Okay, then never mind. Or he could probably use it on me. I think that was my thought process.
That's also possible. I believe he would just need to make an Arcana check, because that's not in the rogue spell list.
Ah, yes, that's true. Either or, I asked it's up to Milo if they want to do that.
And it is Milo's turn.
I don't have those scrolls, and I'm just going to.
You can take it off Aya's person.
Yeah. But I'm going to go here. And actually, can I move past Aya?
Oh yeah, you can break your movement up if you want.
Like if I just come in here and just stand here?
Oh yeah, Aya would count as difficult terrain.
Okay. So that's good. Now I'm in here. And I see people.
You do. As soon as you enter the room, you see a cage with 3 people who are tied and looking at you. One of them is sitting back and forth and rocking. One of them is like staring into the distance, just not reacting to anything. And one of them is just babbling incoherently.
I'm going to yell back to Emeric, "We can't leave yet! There's hostage!" And then I'm going to fire my crossbow at Pavrok dude here.
Roll an attack roll.
Come on, do something good. That's not good. It's a 9.
That is a hit.
He's easy to hit, guys!
I think he doesn't care about
It's
being
almost
hit.
like he's not dodging at all. You ran right up to him, placed the crossbow against his chest, and held eye contact as you pulled the release.
And there's no sneak attack on this one, I'm guessing.
Sadly, no
So
spiritual
that's
weapon
just
does not count
6.
as an. Oh, it's just 6.
Just 6 damage.
Only my spiritual weapon counted.
Any other movement, bonus action?
Yeah, I'm going to bonus action disengage because I used 5, 10, 15. Well, I guess that'd be 20 because he's different terrain.
20, yeah.
So I still have another 10 feet.
The weapon is not. It's you can just pass right through it.
All right, so I know another 10 feet, so 5, 10. I'm going to go over here.
Okay. That brings it to its turn. It is going to attack the spiritual weapon one time. 21 versus the weapon's AC, which I believe hits.
I did not even know it had that.
The weapon doesn't have hit points though.
Does it not have hit points?
No, it is a thing. It is just there.
An object.
That is a waste of 21 points of damage.
Oh!
Thank God. Thank
Ow.
God. Oh my lord.
And for its second attack, it is going to try and hit Milo. Dirty 20.
Yeah, that's gonna hurt.
Double ones.
Oh, that's good.
Oh my god.
That is 6 points of bludgeoning damage.
Still, ow.
But still good?
That brings us to Emeric's turn. Emeric, you just heard Milo's complaint.
Oh,
Concern.
god damn it. Let's move in, and from where I'm standing, I will cast Mind Sliver to try to deal some damage to this thing. It is a intelligence saving throw.
Intelligence saving throw. Just a moment. Uh, 19.
Passes. So it's a cantrip, so no damage. Frig. I will now change the threat and be like, let us go, let the hostages go, and we'll leave the jar intact. And
Roll an intimidation check.
Five.
5. You get the sense he might not be paying attention to you.
Damn it. Alright. That is all that I can do.
Aya?
Okay. Using the spells count as an action, right?
The spell scrolls, yes.
Yeah.
So you can use the spell scroll and then bonus action sacred weapon.
Yeah, I actually was hoping to use inflict wounds, but yep. So I will use the cure wound second level, first level actually. Question: does my preserved life ability, my feature,
That would count because you are casting the spell. So you would gain an additional 3 points of healing.
okay. So do I just sorry? What's the dice roll for it? Actually, I have cure wounds. Let me look it up myself.
Yeah, it's exactly the same as your cure wounds level 2.
Okay. So
2d8 plus 7 plus 3.
okay.
+7.
I think the +7 is included with the +3 because it might be my modifier, I believe.
It was the modifier plus. Yeah.
Yeah, plus 3. Okay, so that would count.
So then. So sorry, it was a 2d.
2d8 plus 7.
Oh, okay, yeah, I was looking at the 2d4 for another roll. So that 6 plus 7, 13.
You heal 13 points of damage, and as you speak the last words, the scroll in your hand crumples into dust. And
Damn.
bonus action.
Bonus action, we are going to attack with sacred word, a spiritual weapon.
Gotcha. Give that attack roll.
Oh, so that was the damage. I don't believe so. There was the.
It's a plus 5.
Oh, okay. A dirty 20.
Definitely a hit. How much damage was it?
5. It's something.
Slowly but surely. Any movement? And then it's Milo's turn.
Yes.
You're going to
Yeah, I'm
close
going to
into-
move. Yeah, so that way we get some sneak attack damage into this.
Milo.
If I just move around him, I'm not going to incur anything, am I?
Correct, unless you leave his
Yeah.
arm's reach.
So if I'm just opposite of Aya here, I'm good?
You are good, and you get a +2 to your attack roll.
Fantastic.
Oh, bag attacks get bonuses? Nice.
Flanking. Optional roll.
Oh my
So-
god. I love that.
Yeah, I'm going to do my double attack cool thing I can do with dagger and then crossbow.
Ooh, oh yeah.
That was pretty.
So the dagger attack first. That's going to be a 10.
That hits.
And the damage for that with sneak attack is 11. And my crossbow attack is an 18.
That's a hit.
And damage on that one, without sneak attack, is 5.
You slash across his back and then fire your crossbow into him, and you see him. Why do you keep doing that?
I
And he
just
begins
don't
to-
like you.
He begins to breathe more raggedly. On his turn, he's going to make his first attack against Aya.
Okay.
16 versus AC,
Yeah, 16 hits.
even with your armor, even with your shield.
Yep, it's a 15 with the shield and the armor.
That is 12 points of bludgeoning damage. And against Milo, 17.
Yep, that's gonna hurt. Oh no,
16 points of bludgeoning damage.
I am down.
Milo goes as he spins and backhands you. Milo, you smash against the wall, and as you fall, the last thing you see before you lose consciousness, you sort of reach out to steady yourself, and you pull this white cloth off this table that has a body underneath it. And as you pull the table, you see what looks like what you can only imagine is a mix between the child-like Mazius and the adult Pavrok. It looks like a potentially teenaged version of one of the twins. The top of his head has been completely removed, and it's just an empty skull. And then with that, you drop to the ground unconscious. Emeric?
Moving up, seeing that Milo is down, it's how is Pavrok looking?
He's taken some hits. You can't exactly tell. He doesn't look like he's falling apart, but he's definitely taken damage.
Don't know if this will work, but let's see. I'm going to. Is it a sphere? It is a sphere. No, I can't cast it without catching the others.
To be fair, Milo is unconscious, so
Yeah.
it's-
If I put the sphere back here, it will actually catch Milo and Pavrok only, but not catch.
if it's the spell I think you're thinking of, it's a 20-foot sphere.
It's sleep. I'm casting sleep back in that corner, and should be just enough to not catch Aila.
That actually could work with what I'm planning to do next, actually.
Well, if we hit him, he wakes up.
Yeah, no, I wasn't gonna do that.
Okay.
Oh.
I believe that is a nope. That is 15-foot square.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Putting the center back here.
That hits him, and
Yeah.
hits no one else.
Perfect. All right.
And is this at first or second level?
First level. 25 hit points.
You see him shudder for a moment, but looks back up at you, and it doesn't seem to be an effect.
Fuck.
He had more than 25 hit points remaining.
All right. Not the best roll for that spell either. Yeah, that's my action there. I can't do anything much else.
All right. Aya?
So Spare the Dying, it is. So I'm gonna move here. I will cast Spare the Dying on Milo. And Runes, Mending. Wait, we have 5 scrolls, 2 Mending, 2 Cure Wounds. Damn it. And heals. How much? That slot is filled. It's a healing word. Oh, that's all bonus action stuff. Yeah, so oh yeah, so let me just cast Spare the Dying. That will save Milo, right?
Yeah, Milo won't need to roll saving throws and will be safe from death unless an external force acts upon him. But
Wait,
he will remain unconscious.
Hold on, just to be clear, so this is a healing spell, or its effect is healing. I'm gonna see if this is possible. Where is it? Not preserve life.
And Spare the
Disciple
Dying
life.
is an action.
First level or higher. Never mind. That's because I thought Disciple of Life might give him an extra HP because it's technically a healing spell, but Disciple of Life specifically says first level or higher.
If you were to use Cure Wounds or Healing Word, you would not need to use your action, and he would come back to consciousness with whatever hits.
Oh. Could I do that?
Instead of Spare the Dying, sure.
Yeah. Okay.
You could either use one of your spell slots or your remaining scroll.
I'll use the remaining scroll because I'll use this one more spell slot for attacking. Yeah. So,
And that is the 2d8 plus 7.
Do I roll or will Aya roll?
The caster rolls.
Okay.
Sorry, 1d8 plus 7.
I was wondering. I was like, where is it? There. 28. Oh. Oh. 11. So yeah, 11 is the roll.
11 is the roll.
Yeah. This is the life.
Oh, excellent. So, Milo, you are metaphorically back on your feet, practically still prone on the ground, holding a white sheet.
So I moved 1, 2, 3, so 15. Can I use my remaining movement to help Milo up out of prone position? Because I have about 20 feet left.
Yeah, roll a strength check.
Okay.
Milo, you feel this big, meaty, dragon-born paw on the back of your neck pull you to your feet.
Oh! Oh, thank you so much. Ow.
And oh wait, because I use the scroll as an action. I can't use. Can I use bonus action?
You can use your bonus action.
Okay. $18.
18 hits. How much damage?
13. Oh wait, why does it say? Oh no, this is inflict wounds. Why does it say that? I thought I hit. Oh, sorry. Let me redo that. That was the wrong one. 14 hits for a spiritual weapon
Yes, 14 hits.
and 6 damage. Sorry, I was like, that's a lot of damage. And then I realized it was necrotic, and I'm like, oh, okay, never mind. Never mind. But yeah, those 6 damage, and I think that's it for.
Milo, it starts your turn with you conscious and on your feet.
All right, I'm going to run over here alongside the cage. And would it be a free action to drop something?
Drop something, yes.
I am going to just kind of drop one of my daggers into the cage. Hopefully near someone in there.
You toss one of your spare daggers into the cage. You see the one who's babbling incoherently sort of looks at it and looks up at you and this big smile. And he grabs up the dagger and starts stabbing at the key lock.
Sure, that'll do. And then I'm going to crossbow bolt to big guy.
Gotcha.
That is a 14 to hit.
And that hits.
And sneak attack because Aila is there. Next to him, right?
That's right.
Yep.
Yeah.
That is 15 damage.
As the next arrow shoots into him and sort of sticks right in his throat, and you see pokes at the back. This soupy yellow fluid begins to leak out of his neck and run down his thing. You get the sense that he is most certainly at less than half his total hit points.
And bonus action. Do I know where the front of this cage is, like where the lock is?
You can see the lock is pretty much where you are. It's
okay,
on
then
that side.
I'm just gonna stay here then.
The other thing you notice, there's a couple of different tables spread about, all kinds of glowing, humming equipment filled up with electricity. There's a slimy trail where a pair of severed legs are on one table that runs across the floor from one of the tables to this ladder, which you can presume leads to a trapdoor above.
That's like the trap door that she dropped the body parts in earlier.
Yes, there are dismembered body parts at the bottom of that ladder, and over here there is a large body of a metal automaton with very dexterous small little hands that have surgical implements on the fingers in place of fingers, and it currently has an open cavern for a head.
I thought down. I used 15 to get here. 5, 10, 15.
Yeah.
Is that correct? So I'm going to use my other 15 to go around over here. If I can do that.
Yep.
And I'm going to use my bonus action to hide as best I can around the corner.
Yeah. You don't have line of sight, so you are hidden.
Cool. And that's my turn.
The creature is going to leave Aya's space, taking the attack of opportunity to try and go for Emeric.
Mhm.
So you can attack either with your mace or with your spiritual weapon, your choice.
I'll use the spiritual weapon. I can't. I wish I could do both, but yeah, I'll use the spiritual weapon. Seven.
7 to hit.
Yes.
You rolled a 2.
Yeah.
Ouch. It manages to avoid the hit as it strides forward, and leaving only a glancing blow. It will make its first of 2 attacks against Emeric.
Not fun.
13 versus AC.
Misses because of mage armor.
And 27 for the second.
That definitely hits.
Oh God.
Oh no,
You
I
never
don't
like
like
when
that
the DM
face.
makes that face.
that's a.
18 points of damage. 18
I'm
points
still
of
up.
bludgeoning damage.
Oh,
I'm
geez.
still
You're
up.
still up.
Yes.
That was very nearly max damage.
Whew.
And it is your turn, Emeric.
Well, he is within 5 feet of me, so might as well use this feature. I'm gonna use Hypnotic Gaze. Wisdom saving throw, please.
Wisdom saving throw, and constructs are notoriously wise. That is a total of 3.
He is charmed by me until the end of my next turn. Charmed creature speed drops to 0. The creature is incapacitated and visibly dazed. I can then use my
Nice.
action to maintain the effect on subsequent turns.
Oh
Well,
Except construct, so I don't know if it
except
can
he
be
is a
charmed.
construct, so he is immune to charm.
Yeah, that's
Ow.
what I had a feeling. Fun. Alright,
Was that an action, a bonus action?
that was an action. So... As
That
the,
would have been really cool.
it would have been.
It definitely would have.
As a bonus action, I am still holding on to Mother.
For now.
I will say this. I did tell you to let us go, and I huck it at the back wall.
Oh shit.
Roll a strength check for me.
Oh gosh.
Not the strongest, but sure.
It's a glass jar.
10.
That's what you needed. As you chuck this glass jar, it smashes, knocking several other things off the shelves, and this wet splotching sound as the brain splatters and runs down the thing. You hear Emeric or Pravik give off this howl of rage and pain as he watches.
You should really go
Anything?
clean up your mum.
Anything else?
That's it.
Yeah, it is your turn.
So, do I see what happened?
Oh, you definitely saw it. You have line of sight, and you see Mum's brain go smush.
Also, what is my health at again? I completely forgot. Oh, okay, that is what is that. Am I allowed to switch places with my spiritual weapon?
You can occupy the same space, yeah.
Oh, not occupy. Oh wait. Oh, okay. I can occupy then.
Yeah,
I
you
was
can
going-
you can move through and move
Okay.
it.
I'm going to move here then. Cast inflict wounds. Rub some salt into what already happened.
Roll your attack roll.
$18 and a 17 necrotic damage.
17 damage.
And then to make things even more painful, I'm going to use as my bonus action the spiritual weapon to attack. And I don't know, just cause some pain. 13,
13 also hits.
and we get 6 damage.
6 damage. Aya, how do you
Mhm.
want to do this?
Yes.
So I'm gonna run up, and to make things a bit more cooler, I'm going to. I'm not sure if the weapon actually can do physical damage like that, but I'm gonna use my shield and stab right through it.
You punch forward with your shield and cast inflict wounds through your shield. As you hit it right in the center of the chest, his shirt is still partially ripped open as the scythe rips across its chest, and you see the moment where there's all these stitches across the center, just at the gut, just under the ribs. And you punch your shield into the stitches and release inflict wound into the stitches, and they all pop. And just it opens up like an envelope, and the entire inner workings slosh down as you said you slid forward?
No, I didn't slide. I just kind of stepped in and just.
Okay. Then it sloshes onto the ground across your feet and all over Emeric's robes as construct innards flood the floor, and Patrick drops to the ground.
I hope that
I,
was a good sound.
It was. I think we're done here.
There does seem to be no other constructs in this cellar that are moving. And Milo, now that the distraction is taken care of, it doesn't take you long to pick the locks and rescue the 3 commoners whose names are underneath a cat at the moment, so I can't read them off my paper.
It's Gambit, Gambit 1 and Gambit 2.
They are very grateful and very traumatized by the events that have happened. But you do learn that there was indeed a third brother. It was another construct made out of glass and silver that seemed to be aged up. You get the sense that Mesus had many forms. As he aged, they built new construct bodies for him. And that is the brother who is missing, or not in this home. You manage to get away, return to the university, and bring these prisoners, these captives, to the guard to save them and keep them protected. And the next morning, you meet with the professor and return the brain to them. He is extremely grateful and tells you that they managed to find the body of the wasp, of the bee that stung the professor. And it was odd. It had features of a bee, but also features of a locust and a wasp. It seems to be a hodgepodge of creatures with an artificial stinger.
I mean, so
Tiny
Okay.
stitches.
I do want to keep the book.
You don't
that-
mention the book to the
The
professor.
manual?
No, we do not mention the book at all to the professor. I will find someone else to disarm this lock.
Emeric would have probably gone back the next day if able to collect the other books that were in that second floor front room.
And Milo would have kept quiet about all of this if they gave him more of their share of the 1,000 gold that they had.
Yes, and in fact, the gold that was found in Mazius's bedroom was 2,500.
But that 3 ways.
Won't keep all of it,
that-
but give
Oh,
me
no, I
more
was
than
just-
my share, and you can keep the books.
Let me
that-
figure that. Oh yeah, continue. Sorry.
And that concludes this adventure. the three of you are assured that you will have free tuition for the next 2 terms and A's guaranteed for this term.
Fantastic.
Wonderful.
Very good. That was amazing.
That was a lot of fun.
That was
Thank
so
you.
much fun.
Yeah.
It really
Thank you
was.
very much. Yeah.
Thank you so much for playing. Before we go, if there's anything you want to promote, your socials, your Instagrams, your cosplay work, let's go around quickly. Lance, anything?
Nothing really. I mean, yeah, no, nothing to promote, nothing to push on my end.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jamie?
Yeah, I'll promote 2 things. One is my modeling page on Instagram, and also my business as well. I do catering on. I'll put it, I guess, in the chat for Roll20 if that's
Okay.
what people are. I'm
Yeah,
not
we
sure.
can throw that in the Toronto Boys Discord. It's an LGBT themed, very friendly, very nerd heavy Discord where most of us, all of us, are members and relatively active.
Yeah.
I believe your handle, the gamer handle that you gave me, is also on the screen at the moment. So
Okay.
if that's the same as your Instagram, it is on screen.
Yeah, it's the one. It's also what I use for my Twitch streaming as well.
Awesome. And Brian, how about you?
And anywhere you type in @Rags Cosplay, you will find my cosplay stuff on Facebook, on Twitter, on Instagram. I'm around.
Awesome. Again, thank you so much for playing. Thank you so much for watching.
Thank you for DMing.
Thanks for DMing. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I am Sean. I am the Coil of Coil and Talon. I am a DM for hire, and I can be contacted on Instagram at Coil and Talon.
all right.
Thank you so much.
Have a good night, everyone.
Have a good night.
a great night.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.